You get remote spice.
Well, my computer says 9 o'clock, but I'm waiting for the courthouse. Enjoy the last couple moments of seconds of another sip of tea. There we go. Okay, it is 9 o'clock in Port Townsend, Washington, and I will call this December 9th meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Commissioners to order. I'm practicing, I'm doing a dry run as chair here because Kate is afar today, so I am standing in to chair our meeting, and I will call our meeting to order. And as we do every Monday morning, I will open it up to public comment. Is there anybody with us who would like to make public comment this morning? There's nobody in the room with us, so I'm looking to you, all of you online, to raise your hands if you're interested in making public comment.
We got 4 hands up.
Yep, and we'll bring you over in the order they appear on my screen, starting with Tom Tiersch.
Hey, good morning, commissioners. I wanted to comment on a couple of things this morning. First of all, I wanted to thank your human resources manager for responding very quickly to an email that I sent to you and copied her, addressing a concern of mine with regard to the correct and proper use of the word citizen in official documents of the county. That word is often misused to represent the people in general. But for those of us who are possibly affected by the proposed actions of the upcoming administration with respect to really draconian deportation practices, that's why I wrote the memo, and I'm glad to see that some action has taken place on that, and I'd like to see a little bit more from the county in general. But I think what we've got here is at least a good start. So thank you. The other thing I wanted to bring up was some discussion about the LTAC, the Lodging Tax Committee, the recommendations and so forth. I'm not going to be available to speak later this morning. I'll be traveling, so I just want to comment now. I have a concern with the proposal from Commissioner Brotherton to recommend changing the amounts that the LTAC allocated, sending it back to the LTAC and waiting a couple of months for them to come back, yes or no, or whatever. Those people whose grants or funding was approved by the LTAC are now going to be sitting there for 2 months saying, oh, where's my money? I had planned on this. I had listened to the LTAC committee and I expected that to be approved today. Well, I think you're going to have a bunch of irritated folks that are going to not have their money for a couple of months. The other thing that I'm wondering about is later this afternoon, you're going to discuss the potential for creating a public facilities district. You've only got $20,000 to do it, not the $160,000 you asked for. $20,000 is barely enough to conduct a market survey, which is what's needed. That's what the LTAC wisely concluded. You need to do a market survey to see if there's even going to be a need for a PFD. If there's no public support, either for the taxes or if there's not going to be enough attendance to a pool facility in Port Hadlock, there's no point in going to all the expense of forming a PFD, which is, got to have a website, it's got to have administration, clerical staff, a public records officer, legal counsel, expenses, a meeting place for open public meetings required by law. There's a lot of stuff, and $20,000 isn't going to hack it. That BK study that the city commissioned, that was a Port Townsend centric thing, and it was a joke. It was full of inaccurate information. So you really do need to have an honest market survey. And I would hope that you would spend that $20,000 more wisely and not waste it on the formation of a PFD that may or may not ever be needed. So
thank you, Mr. Tiersch. That's 3 minutes. That's 3 minutes. Thank you. We appreciate your comments. Over to Dan. Oh, Dan Ventura.
Thanks very much. I'm going to try to be as brief as I can.
I just want to express some disappointment on several fronts. So I've got a lot of bullet points to run through here quickly in the 3-minute allotted time. I'm disappointed that the Board of County Commissioners decided to wholesale alter the nature of the Tourism Coordination Committee without allowing the volunteer board to weigh in with what likely would have been a dissenting opinion. I'm disappointed with the Board of County Commissioners presented the TCC LTAC application without request from input from the active TCC board. I'm disappointed that the TCC and other relevant tourism stakeholders were not given a chance to plan for changes that the Board of County Commissioners wanted to see in tourism funding. I'm disappointed that the TCC board did not make an earnest effort to propose a plan within the county's new LTAC priority memo to support the TCC's mission. And I'm disappointed that without supporting evidence, the Board of County Commissioners has allowed the tourism funding to be muddied with the desire for an aquatic center. I'm disappointed that the LTAC board, which was created by the Board of County Commissioners, decided to disregard a memo on priorities that heavily influence the details of ours and maybe other funding applications. I'm disappointed that the LTAC board allowed members to vote on competing applications while they had their own organization's applications under consideration for the same pool of funds. I'm disappointed that several applicants felt the need to disparage competing applications in their presentations to the LTAC board rather than to stay positive and promote the benefits of their plan. I'm disappointed that the LTAC board chose to remove all funding from the TCC when, albeit uncertain, it clearly supported some portion of what the LTAC board had hoped to achieve. I'm disappointed that the economic reality and waning volunteer pool in Jefferson County means that most of our nonprofits must rely on county funding to survive. I'm disappointed in the organization that I preside over, the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce, was repeatedly discussed in Board of County Commissioners meeting without the board necessarily having a full understanding of the ramifications. I'm disappointed that the work that my board did to quickly pivot to the Board of County Commissioners priority memo was met with suspicion and jealousy, rather than respect for the intent that we had, which was sustaining our longstanding nonprofit. I'm disappointed in myself for allowing a board member to create a perceived conflict of interest, simply because similar conflicts are inherent to other LTAC applicants and the LTAC board. Mostly, I'm disappointed in the collateral damage that's happened here with respect to talent and experience. Jefferson County has natural resources, but a small pool of people with experience and time to work on community improvement and economic development. This entire debacle has damaged the collaborative action that's necessary to keep us moving forward, or at least treading water. A disregard of the efforts of appointed volunteers will only serve to decrease volunteerism and drive away those with more productive things to focus on. The disregard of the elected officials' priorities will only incentivize the office holders to avoid appointing future board members with strong wills and diverse opinions. It's been a terrible game of chicken. Neither side has blinked or turned away. The political capital that has been expended has benefited no one. Presuming the proposal put forth today is approved, there is no budget for TCC. There is no budget for destination marketing or web improvement. There's no budget for an aquatic center. There's fewer qualified tourism professionals working for Jefferson County, and there's an increased distrust. Thank you.
Sorry. That's 3 minutes. Thank you. Really appreciate your comments. Debbie Wardrop.
Good morning. Thank you all for allowing some public comment this morning. My name is Debbie Wardrop. I was the project manager on the 5-year tourism master plan for the Olympic Peninsula. I provided some written comments over the weekend, and I'm also representing Marcia Massey, who was unable to be here today, with similar comments or enhancements to those. I trust that you have taken the time to read these comments and ponder them and consider them seriously. I've been a professional in the hospitality industry all of my career, and never in my career have I been, as so eloquently stated by Mr. Ventura, so disappointed. I feel like we're at a tipping point in our community, and this is not the time to be at a tipping point in the wrong direction. We have done a lot of work collaboratively to bring the Olympic Peninsula together. And instead, I think what we've done is divided people unnecessarily over a failed concept of an aquatic center. Lodging tax dollars are gathered by hospitality professionals, by accommodations, with the intent of bringing more visitors to our community and providing, therefore, amenities for our residents. A pool in Jefferson County is not going to bring tourists to our community. Though I've heard a couple of commissioners talk about their personal desires, in my professional experience, this is not why people come to the Olympic Peninsula. We have options if they so choose with businesses like Soak on the Sound, pools that are at hotels that are spending a lot of money to have those pools in those hotels for the benefit of the visitors that want that amenity. This is an amenity for residents, not for visitors. So to dilute the pool of funds that are intended to market Jefferson County at a time when our county is already in peril, we have no Chamber of Commerce in Jefferson County representing the entire county. We have the largest community of Port Townsend without a viable visitor center. And we have Fort Worden, one of our best accommodations, in peril right now. We don't even know what the future of that's going to look like. So I urge you to really seek deeply in your souls and understand that this is not a personal thing with people. This is our livelihood. This is the opportunity for us to continue the good work.
Debbie, that's 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to Diana and then to Julia. And then looks like we have another hand up.
Andrew Schwartz on making over.
Yeah.
We also.
Good morning, Diana. You have 3 minutes for public comment.
Good morning, thank you. I just wanted to again reiterate all of the hard work that was done by the LTAC board. We had multiple meetings discussing this. We deliberated on it. We had a lot of conversations on it. We really had good reasons for recommending the numbers that we did. And everyone had a say, and we collaborated on making those decisions after those discussions. We do not feel that a good job has been done for the pool. It is way too risky of something to put marketing dollars to when no real work has been done. And we don't know. That's why the board is saying, let's do 20,000 for a market study, because there is nothing out there. Has people talked to Great Wolf Lodge? No. Has anybody gone to QFC and stood at the door and said, would you be willing to pay 0.02% for to fund a pool? Nobody has done those things. We are right at the tip of the iceberg, and there's so much underneath there that we have no clue whether this will be successful or not. And the LTAC board discussed every bit of that. The LTAC board, as a group, we see things that we do need in Jefferson County. And we're not saying a pool's not a good thing. We're just saying it's way too early in the process. We also were concerned about a difference of legal opinions. The county has one legal opinion. Outside counsel has a second legal opinion. So how do we resolve that? I asked the county attorney to go to the attorney general just to ask for a second opinion, and that was declined. And so I think really we don't know what's happening here. And I really stress upon our commissioners that, one, we need to move this forward so that we give knowledge and funds to the small businesses that absolutely need it. There are things happening in February that have to be funded, and we cannot just delay this. The other part of this is really just accept the recommendation in whole and really just move this along and let LTAC's process continue as it has. That's all.
Thanks, Diana. Next, we will go to Julia and then Andrew. Julia, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'll be really brief. I actually was deciding that I shouldn't comment in the middle of all this, but I was just going to say that I tried to figure out how to listen to this meeting. I wasn't going to comment and had the hardest time dealing with the website. Is it possible to have a link to today's meeting, like right on the front somewhere? That's it.
Thanks, Julia. Let's see, Andrew. You'll have 3 minutes for comment.
Good morning, commissioners. Andrew Schwartz, Brennan resident, and I happen to also be the newest member of the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce, joining in this year in 2024. I want to echo Dan Ventura's disappointment. I also appreciate Ms. Wardrop's comments as well. A year ago, I had no real knowledge of what LTAC was or did to support organizations in our county. I would tell you, after observing and listening to the whole RFP process and the proposal process, my disappointment with many of the parties involved has just increased. As an NHC board member, I personally don't feel our board, and I will say it more specifically, myself, was allowed full input into our RFP process. And as a result, though I support our technology plan, it does not accurately represent the vision I personally have. Not that my vision is the only path. That said, I do not support our entire plan as currently being represented or presented, especially as it relates to the Gateway Center. As an outside observer, I feel the chamber is perhaps being perceived as the instigator behind what I observe as all the drama and conflict around this LTAC funding decision cycle. I don't support the recommendations for funding changes being made to the commissioners at the moment. I also am extremely disappointed by the lack of funding being offered to support the chamber, helping it chart a new path for supporting its membership and tourism in the county. I also want to comment on past remarks made and a determination that the chamber lacked experience and the ability to execute a technology plan and solution effectively. I would agree our RFP could have done a better job outlining that, but we do have the experience and expertise, in my opinion. I also understand why the deciding parties wouldn't know that. I especially worry now that the commissioners or LTAC board decisions that have any resulting delays in LTAC funding decisions will result in other funded organizations concluding that these delays are the result of our chamber's actions rather than one individual. At the detriment of the NHCCC, our chamber, I don't support delaying any funding for the other organizations. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
Thanks for your comment, Andrew. We'll go to Jim Friedman and then Shelley Yarnell.
And we have 2 callers on the line.
And then if you called in to make comments, you'll need to press *9 at the bottom of or on your phone to raise your hand, and then we'll bring you over to make a public comment. So the callers ending in 006 and 340, if you wish to make a public comment, press *9 on your phone and we'll bring you over for a comment.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and thank you. I've made the comments I think I'm going to make now. I've made it at the other levels as well, but I figure it'd be good for the Board of County Commissioners to hear it also. A lot of my concerns with, so specifically for like the LTAC funding here, but as the county as a whole is taking on projects without really taking into account how long the projects will go on for. When looking at things like the public facilities district for the pool, I look at places like the city of Pasco, where they established a public facilities district back in 2002, and 2 decades later, they're still funding it, and they still don't have an aquatic center that they've put into place. That is a case where it seemed like they had a very similar contention around the facility. And what I don't want to see is the county going in a direction where they continually fund a project that doesn't really have a lot of promise moving forward. Bringing on like technology and stuff into our tourism. We're a small county, we have 30,000 people. There's things that we can do, but I want to make sure that So I personally am a computer engineer. It's an area that I've worked in extensively. And I'd like to see, if we move in a direction of technology, that there's actually a plan for maintenance and stuff included in that plan that takes on how expensive those types of projects will be moving forward. I would hate to see a bunch of kiosks and things put in place for a couple years later. They're broken, damaged, and ignored. As a county, we have a hard time with basic websites, remote meetings, and keeping regular information up to date on websites. So I just don't want to see that problem growing. I'd like for us to be able to address the things that we do have in place today. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman. Shelley, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment, and then we'll go to Jean Ball. And if anybody else is with us online today, if you're one of the now 3 callers online, you can press *9 on your phone to be brought over to make public comment. And then we do have folks in the room with us now. So we'll go with Shelley next.
Good morning, Shelley Yarnell. It seems like forever ago that I made my first comments regarding the new pool project, but yet here we are, close to $1 million later. Sound like the Pleasant Harbor project? And you have not even, in the simplest free ways, reached out to the greater community to see if they are willing to pay for the grand vision for a pool a couple of you are so determined at any cost to make happen, regardless of how the majority of your constituents feel about it and its tax implications to all of us. And now you want to have a market study paid for with LTAC dollars allocated to tourism to fund what you should already know. There is absolutely no appetite for a tax increase for your pool project. Now let's switch it up a little bit and talk about those LTAC tourist dollars. This year's LTAC RFP process could be a college class in how not to handle this process. Because of the infighting, one of the longest standing Jefferson County institutions was thrown under the bus with its funding proposal due to the rules being changed and the people involved. These are important funds to these groups, and you can and must do better management with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yarnell. Jean, you'll have 3 minutes for comment.
Good morning, commissioners. I would like to concur with the comments of Ms. Waldrop, Mr. Ventura, Mr. Tiersch, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Smeeland, Ms. Yarnell, and others. I am highly critical of the premature creation of the PFD for the reasons they've stated, and the attempt to override the LTAC appropriations. I consider all 3 of you to be personal friends. So when I give you some harsh feedback, I hope you understand that it is an effort to snap you out of whatever fog you are in, because what I'm watching from the outside is a train wreck, and it is preventable. I will dispense with my other thoughts because it is not my intent to draw blood. It's my intent to help you avoid missteps and failure. And this looks like a massive, both of these things look like a massive misstep and doomed to failure. I encourage you to listen to these wise voices and step back from that ledge at this time. There is a better way, and I sincerely hope you seek it out. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jean. And we now have somebody, one of the phone numbers online, so if you could bring them over.
*6 to unmute.
Yeah. The phone number ending in 006, you'll be brought over to be a panelist, and then you'll need to press *6 to unmute your phone.
Good morning, this is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Steve.
Great. Submitted previously written comments and wish to simply point out 2 items for you. One is throughout 2024, the LTAC committees met over a dozen times. They've researched, they've debated, they prepared for the process of receiving, reviewing, and recommending the 2025 tourism marketing funds. They should be applauded for their hard work, and ultimately the majority of the recommendations that they approved in that vote are before you, and they should be followed. There is implications for marketing as a building process, a collaborative process, And as Marcia Massey had shared with you in written comments, the co-op campaigns will not be effective for our destination only, inclusive of Jefferson County. They are way more cost effective than any one partner trying to undertake similar campaign goals. There's a significant example to this where if we were to cancel, as proposed, the optic funding, we would cancel out Jefferson County's support for and engagement with the recently completed 5-year tourism master plan. That seems completely counterproductive to the time invested in developing the plan and the implementation now underway. One significant project that would be jeopardized by this is the monument signage for the Hood Canal Bridge roundabout that's currently being installed on the west end of the SR 104. The Olympic Peninsula Visitor Bureau, on behalf of Optic, has applied for and has received a statewide tourism regenerative grant in the amount of $50,000 towards this project, but the grant application was based on providing matched funds. And some of those funds are ensconced in Optic's LTAC grant proposal that was approved and recommended. So those grant funds must be fully spent before the end of 2025. There's a meeting tomorrow with the subcommittee, which one of the commissioners of the BOCC is a part of. So delaying any funding could jeopardize the entire project, not only for Jefferson County, but for the entire Olympic Peninsula. This is just one example of the complex web of tourism as a team sport, and I encourage you to affirm the LTAC's recommendations for funding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Steve. I don't see any more hands up in the Zoom room. Maggie, are you interested in making comment today?
On this issue and
On whatever you want to.
Right, yeah.
We have exactly 3 minutes left for public comment before we have a previously scheduled hearing.
Okay, so quickly, just why don't you set the pool aside and think about the idea of doing a saltwater pool? I mean, you've got so much coastline here, and you can get the Coast Guard involved and get the kids educated in open water activities, and that would be good. Okay, so the Eden Bloom exhibit, here's the flyer. So 2 to 4 Fridays at the health department across next door to QFC until through February. Then it goes to the museum. And it will be at the museum from August until December. Okay, and then I've got this list of items that's pulled off of one of the panels, and I'm not really gonna read it thoroughly. I just I'll go down the list. Trauma-informed police training, storage program, urban rest stop, compassionate communication, trash collection for encampments, housing mediators, gig work opportunities. And then there are little paragraphs. And it's a really fun exhibit. I got an album so people can make comments when they go see it. I've got it here for you guys.
You can give it to Carol.
Yeah, and I would like to submit it as, to be included in the file. Thank you. And I just want to thank Eden Bloom for all her hard work, and that's it. Okay.
Thanks, Maggie. Is there anybody who wants the last word today? Any more last straggling public comment desire in the attendee list? If so, use the raise hand button. Not seeing any other hands go up, so I will close public comment. Less than a minute before we have a previously scheduled hearing on the open space tax program 2024 current use application for the Zucker Alde property, which we heard about before. And I believe, yes, our colleague David Wayne Johnson is here.
If we could real quick, take a look at the consent agenda. We do have a couple of hearing notices and a call for bids.
Okay, so speedy consent agenda consideration. Any items of question or concern?
Looks great. I'm happy to move that we approve and adopt the consent agenda as presented.
I will second, and I do have one comment. I
Okay,
just want to call out
just want to call out that we had previously noticed a hearing on the new coroner program, and that needed to be canceled and rescheduled, which is included on today's consent agenda.
Okay, thanks, Kate. So it's been moved and seconded. All in favor of adopting today's consent agenda, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thanks, Carolyn. Okay. Now we're getting all our resources in the room for this hearing. So, am I turning it over to, is Josh coming over or?
No.
Okay, David.
Just me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Turning it over to David Wayne
Okay,
Johnson.
thank you. So for the record, David Wayne Johnson, Associate Lead Planner, Department of Community Development, also known as DCD. This is a continuation of a hearing that we noticed for November 18th, 2024. We got through deliberations and we got the first application, which was the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group, approved. However, during testimony for the second application, which was Zucker, we found out that there was a missing piece of information that wasn't submitted with the application. So I didn't have an opportunity to review it and award them the points they were entitled to. And that was for significant fish and wildlife habitat areas. So subsequent to that hearing, the public testimony was closed. We extended the hearing to the future date, which is today. And subsequent to that, we received the report, which is included in the back of the staff report and in the agenda packet. So that's the report that we didn't have. And based on that, I determined that they qualified for those extra 2 points. So we bumped those up to 12. That's reflected in the staff report, which I revised. Page 3 is the summary table, and then I added some more detail to page 5 at the bottom. And so all this needed to be done now is to deliberate on that application and you make a decision. And then the next step will be to come back with those signed tax agreements through the consent agenda. So I've already received the Hood Canal Salmon Enhancement Group signed tax agreement. So as soon as we get this done, we can have the others submit theirs and we'll be done. You just have to sign them. And one gets recorded and then we'll get copies for the assessor and for you, for the applicant.
They got 12 points then, because their goal on when they.
That's right. Everyone got 12 points.
That's great.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm glad that we took the time to make that correction and.
That was the right call.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
So I don't.
The hearing has been closed to testimony though, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just deliberation? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if Kate has anything to add.
Do you have anything you want to add, Kate?
No, just agree. Thanks for doing the due diligence and, glad we took the time to get this right.
Yeah, we're all salmon lovers around here.
Yeah.
At least I know I jump up and down about them, so. Okay.
So you want the resolution? Wait, there's not a resolution.
I think it's just an application and something else we brought forward, I think, on consent agenda and the following meeting.
Well, that'll be next time.
All right,
So-
so it'll show up on the consent agenda, but we need a motion to accept the current use tax assessments as presented today.
To approve the SUA 2024-0001. To approve or deny that.
I will move that we approve CUA 20224-00001 as presented today.
I will
Hello.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good work.
Well, I mean, there's a record. So let's talk about the next step. And that's when we get the tax agreement signed by the applicant. And then I'll submit those in triplicate with a consent agenda. Hopefully it'll be next Monday.
Yeah.
And then you guys sign them and then.
Yeah, that's
it.
great.
Yeah, and then.
I was-
Adjust the taxes.
Right. And hopefully we can get this all recorded by the end of the year.
Yeah.
So we can adjust them on the first tax statements that go out.
So if we have them signed by next Monday, the 16th, will that allow the time needed?
Yes,
Okay, great.
yeah. 'Cause
Then let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's get it done. So I'm anticipating their signed agreement to arrive today. And so I'll get a consent agenda ready for next Monday with those for you to sign. So, yeah.
Thank you, David.
Welcome.
Appreciate the work from both of you.
Yeah, thanks, Karen.
It's gonna be fun to revise the whole program.
Yeah.
There's no urgency there. So
Yeah.
I think if we do these once a year, like at the end of the year, like we do the comp plan amendments,
Makes sense.
sometimes we don't get any, like.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Okay.
Thank you.
So now we have some time. We have about 40 minutes until our next hearing on the biennium budget review and modification. So do we want to respond to public comment now and then do a little briefing?
Sure, we can, I mean,
Let's take your pleasure, colleagues.
I mean, we can do some, I don't know, response to public comment. A lot of it, I think, is taken up in the conversation about the LPAC recommendation, so we don't have to do too much on that. I guess the one thing I'd say before we get into it is it's easy to conflate a lot of issues when we're talking about this. And I was fine with the conversation and recommendation about the pool. I understand the concerns. I think that it really hits a lot of the planks of that 5-year tourism master plan. But I think it's reasonable to do a study, and I know that Jefferson Coalition is working hard to try to raise the difference. But I don't want to get the pool to be co-opted by a conversation that that I started, right? I kind of started this conflagration, and it was really because I've had a lot of unease about the way that we've been managing this for a long time and the lack of oversight and what I see as cronyism in the way that these funds have been used. And I think the word respect was thrown around a lot, and disappointment. And it is our job to oversee these systems. And when I look at the system, I see one that, it's kind of like that church, remember, that we've had some issues with in the past. Is putting a new accessible door in a public benefit, or is it a benefit to the congregation? And in much the same way, a lot of our lodging tax funding has seemed like it's been a benefit to the members of the TCC for a long time. As I started analyzing this, and I'll accept, because of my master's program right now too, as I'm looking at program evaluations and started taking a really objective look at these systems. We've had the same organizations representing LTAC for more than a decade. And it's as a member of both LTAC, and I was at most of those meetings this year as I, tried to talk about some of the other options that we can do with LTAC, like support workforce housing, which is allowed under LTAC, but silent in our RFP. And in my efforts to try to get it in there, we really suffered for lack of staff, right? No staff except clerking from ADL. And as we went through it, it was very informative that when we had this strategy document that we were trying to fill out, people put in the exact same priorities that are listed in the RFP, which is not listed as priorities, just a list of the RCW allowed uses. So this is, it's been a pretty static group for a long time, and I probably could have been more politic in how I tried to change it. I've got a little slide deck I can show, but maybe we should go through it first. But I think that memo that we sent to TCC in September is still being reacted to, right? And I think it speaks a lot about the LTAC's deliberations, which were, very polite. Like the tones weren't nasty, but the recommendations seemed pretty sharp to me, thumbing themselves in the eye. Every one of those people know that we could have had benefited from staff capacity as we were trying to go through the process all year, but they voted to zero out any funding for TCC that wasn't the status quo, any funding for LTAC to increase the capacity. So that's one thing. Another thing is, looking at this, visitor information centers, I really believe are a non-functioning model, and is the way that we measure the people that walk through the door of the visitor information center doesn't measure any outputs. We heard from a couple chamber members today about pushes that I've made that have gotten represented as the Northwood Canal Chambers things. And I maybe have gotten a little over my skis in some things. Like, I don't think the whole chamber board is excited about expanding to the whole unincorporated Jefferson County, which I think is critical. Our bylaws do say we're up to 104 and then up to Gardner on 101. And I think there's real hesitation from a lot of members that if we expand that to fill the gap left by the Jefferson County Chamber, that we lose the Brennan and Quilcene, you know, a terroir of our chamber. And what I know from being on the board for years and being a member for over a decade is it's not effective. It's not, it's too, the service area is too small to build an effective chamber. And that's, I mean, I'm not sure if I belong on the chamber membership, but that's me. That's not the chamber wanting to expand. And, you know, I don't like the kiosks, as Mr. Friedman talked about either. So I guess I do have a slightly, you know, this recommendation that I put was a pivot based on what I found an incredibly disrespectful deliberation by LTAC. But I have a new pivot, and because I'm not sure, the chamber meeting is next Monday, so we could still try to facilitate that, but they don't have capacity to just absorb the $8,000 worth of utilities that were only funded through the project that I find unacceptable to just keep doing the same thing, which was hiring a temp from Kitsap County to sit behind a desk. I think that is a bad use of the space. And as I think about the Gateway Community Center building, I think the highest and best use is to both build this visitor information system, keep the porta potties open, and maybe keep it in the county. We often lack for a meeting rooms, a dearth of meeting rooms outside the city of Port Townsend. But that's a great space, a Starlink and an OWL camera and a TV, and we've got, you know, Chambers South that we can, and we had to cancel a Parks and Rec advisory board meeting. We're always trying to scrape together different meetings, but having a meeting source right there, right across the street from where we're going to plan the solid waste transfer station probably.
As well.
Yeah, so we run into that all the time, but if we're gonna go into our budget discussion here in a little bit, but if we put, you know, $10,000 aside for setting up a South County meeting space, TCC can also still be there, work with the Chamber of Commerce and other stakeholders to build a visitor information system. And I've already been working on this with talking to lots of people. Matt Stewart, that's my first call. I have the document that is the JeffCom standard operating procedure. And what I think that we need is a standard operating procedure for people coming into visitor information centers. So that's the second thing. I really believe the visitor information center model is flawed. And I think that creating one service that takes our existing website and turns it into an HTML5 website with a script for a person or AI or whatever will get a lot more measurable impacts of what comes out of that. So I'm excited to do this. I mean, I think it's you know, just to put all the cards on the table, I think we're in the age of AI, and I would love to take on this exercise while we wait for a couple months. I hope to see a new LTAC that is not so antagonistic to any direction that is, and that direction, by the way, as Debbie's comment showed, is also in the master plan. Destination development, working with public agencies, these are critical elements of that plan that have not been happening. Like, I am the commissioner that Steve referenced who is sitting on that sign meeting because I was there, and only because I was there. We have power conduit in place because I worked with Public Works and PUD to get that in.
Mm-hmm.
That alignment has not been there in previous TCC exercises. It's just independent of the county, and we know what's best because we're destination marketers. Lastly, and maybe I'll turn over the conch, I think most of our marketing, especially through Optic, is counterproductive. We have no revenue generators in West Jefferson County except the Claylock Lodge and maybe Peak Six on the north end of the west side. And I'm pretty sure that every employee of the Claylock Lodge, or most of them, live in Clallam County, do all the shopping in Clallam County, all those ancillary tourism revenues that come from tourism on the West End, none of them go to Jefferson County. So maybe having 25% of our LTAC representing the West End is actually an ad for Clallam County. I had a store in Discovery Bay, one of the 3 stores that you could possibly pass on the way to Clallam County. And then you're going through Swim and Port Angeles and Forks. Every ad for the Olympic Peninsula that doesn't get you off of 101 is an ad for Clallam County, not for Jefferson County. And I think very likely counterproductive. That Coast is Clear campaign, that is counterproductive, I would argue, for Jefferson County tourism. I want our tourism system to be examined, but it's got to be a new group. It's been the same people for so long with no oversight, but kind of a free tax-funded marketing fund. So that's why I've proposed these kind of dramatic changes.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry, get that off my chest.
got that off your chest?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's off my chest.
Commissioner Dean, you have anything you want to add to the conversation?
Yeah, a few things. I'll start with thanking Mr. Tiersch for his ongoing reminder of the problematic use of the word citizen. It's been something I've been aware of since the first Trump administration and have tried to eliminate from any of my county communications. And so appreciate him elevating that and look forward to seeing that get replaced in a number of our documents. You know, what I wish regarding the TCC tourism situation is that some of the entities and people involved there had been willing to kind of come to the table around some of the ideas of innovation and taking a hard look at the status quo and saying, hey, this is how we've been doing things for a long time. Is it working? How do we need to think differently about a drastically changing future, especially given the negative impacts of tourism in our region? I would probably defer to you, Heidi, to say whether the process of writing the 5-year plan did that accurately and thoroughly enough. But I'm still not hearing a consensus that has come out of that of like, hey, this is how we want the future of tourism to look in Jefferson County. And you know, I think if we had collaboration around that and a sense of agreement from a number of our tourism partners, we would be in a different place that we are right now. And it's frustrating to be told that it's either the status quo or, you know, or outrage. We all need to reconsider every so often how we are using public funds. And so this is, you know, been a rocky process in trying to do that. It's not been perfect. We've not made any decisions. We're going to have a number of hard discussions today. Excuse me. Hold on a sec. In terms of the aquatic center, I just want to say that I think there were some misperceptions out there. There have been a number of opportunities for people to get involved. There have been meetings in the county. There have been surveys sent out. There have been a lot of people who have expressed support for the aquatic center, including taxation. So it's unfair to say that there is no support for this or that no outreach has been done. That's simply not true. And there's going to be a lot more to come. And this process takes years, as we've seen on Whidbey Island. And these are still baby steps. Look forward to more conversation on both of these topics today.
Can I add to the public comment too, that Pasco did pass a sales tax to build their pool. It takes some time sometimes, but without it, they would not have.
I had a lot of responses over the course of all of those public comments and questions. I saw the comment about the first thing, the roundabout and at the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is something concrete and tactical that's coming out of an LTAC proposal.
It
So,
wasn't listed, I don't think, in the LTAC proposal. Now it's just kind of been added on.
okay, well, the reference in the emails we got were that it was part of one of the LTAC proposals. So, I mean, I feel like this has been, I have whiplash from this experience of going through these conversations. And I've been the least engaged, directly engaged commissioner in this current round of LTAC. And I did sit through the entire strategic planning process and felt like it was a really good, robust process. And that we did ask, you know, where are the deficiencies in the community in terms of our tourism outreach, and where should we be focusing? And we said the shoulder season is where we needed to focus, which made complete sense. And there's some data coming back from shoulder season activities in the last couple of years.
I mean, I don't think so. They assert that, but I'm not, I mean, I'd love to see it. If
Well,
I-
they're doing. Okay. There are results from the media buys that have happened as a result of the 5-year strategic plan. So irregardless of whether you think there is or you think there isn't, I feel like we have been doing a disservice to our longtime tenured volunteers on this front by treating this like a hot potato. And I feel like I'm like really disappointed as well. I mean, Dan Ventura's comment, I'm like, I agree. I am disappointed as well. Because I have whiplash. I feel like we've been treating these colleagues, I consider these folks colleagues, like, you know, they don't matter, and you know, it's a hot potato. Let's throw it here. Let's try this. I have a new idea. And so I'm frustrated, and I don't lead with frustration. And I have a lot of respect for my seatmates and affection. And I appreciate the idea of shaking the Etch-a-Sketch and doing something different and innovative ideas. I have not drunk the AI Kool-Aid yet. I'm currently reading AI as snake oil. It's what's on my bedside, but you know, we can't just keep kind of throwing a new idea out there, and you know, it's like a ship takes a while to adjust, and we need to be sensitive to that. And I feel like none of this has done that. And so if there's a new idea today, how do we vet that idea? And I feel like around the pool, a market study is absolutely what we need. And we got some really critical comments about the pool over the weekend, which I read. Thank you, Mark Grant. And I understand the frustration with the process, but I also think that I don't think everyone says nobody's supporting the pool. Everyone today is saying nobody's supporting the pool. That's absolutely not true. I get tons of comments. As I've said, for the last year, I've received over 700 comments about the pool, and I have them all cataloged because I was not going to be affected by people saying it's either all this or all that. I wanted to know where the data lied. So I feel like we've got to, I mean, I'm sorry, but we've got to slow this train down. I mean, we do need a market study for the aquatic facility. And I'm glad that the LTAC committee got there. But I'm not excited to throw the whole
Baby out with the bathwater.
I hate that analogy, but yes, the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, there's a lot of good intention and energy and actually progress at the behest of myself and other folks who were part of the 5-year strategic plan process. And that's just barely gotten off the tarmac.
I mean, I agree with almost everything in the 5-year plan, we have the authority to implement it as we see too. We're not just the JV club of Clallam County, which came out a lot in that
Right.
TCC thing, how, oh, all the TCC ads have just mostly been Clallam County ads already.
Well, maybe we need to do better tracking and reporting as to the impact of our LTAC funds. I mean, that's something that, you know, I thought, God, if we had the data or we had the proof, I mean, I don't feel like I need it because I've been sitting through the conversations for the last 4 years. But I also have had questions about, couldn't we do things a little differently? I mean, so I've agreed with you in the sense that let's look at how we do things and how we can improve them. But I also think that the 5-year planning process did some of that reflection, and it's just basically gotten started.
I mean, I would not be totally against supporting that some or all of the optic ask. I think, I laid it out according to our priorities, because I'm very frustrated at the reaction to our priorities.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't want the 5-year planning to stop, you know, I'd be,
Well, that's what this proposal would do in a lot of,
I mean, maybe. You know, the impact is pretty hazy. There's not a lot of transparency. Maybe they'd spend the same amount of money, maybe, you know, members of the TCC have to up their marketing buys a little bit. I'm not sure what the impact would be. It's a lot of jazz hands. I mean, that's maybe my own skepticism about destination marketing, but it is the impact that they're talking is impressions. The impact I look at is lodging taxes, and lodging taxes have gone up precipitously in the last decade. But they have gone up every month. Each month is proportionally increasing because we have more units on the ground. We know why the thing left, because we don't have enough units. We suffer for a lack of infrastructure. That I still believe that destination development, that placemaking that is once in a generation opportunity in Port Hadlock. And I don't want to associate the pool. I won't come for another pool ask. I see that that's grating on people. And I think that we can come up with the rest of that money otherwise. That's why I suggested today. So, you know, I think 20,000 to study the appropriateness of a tourist amenities, because here's what I believe with the pool. It needs to have everything. It needs to appeal to tourists and it needs to appeal to residents, because we need to get everyone under that roof. So I see it.
hot pots, I got it.
Yeah, I see it from like a system thinking, like, you know, get more people under there. I understand, I mean, people often fight the most vehemently about the smallest amount of revenue, as we're seeing here. Especially when it's, you know, it's been pretty cozy and unchanged for over a decade with essentially what we do for it with it. So, I mean, let me redefine visitor information services this year. Take the Gateway Visitor Center, you know, keep the bathrooms going with county funds until the next RFP, and I'd be happy to concede the optic funding and move forward on that marketing, though I'm gonna have some more difficult questions about metrics, because I think some of it's counterproductive and some of it's ineffective and some of it's probably effective, and some of it benefits the members of these committees more than other people. I mean, you could look at how many FAM tours Finn River had and how many FAM tours Eagle Mount had over the last 15 years. And see a systemic difference that is not necessarily about public benefit, but about member benefit.
Okay, so what's our path forward today? Or do we even need, we're not even to this agenda item, so we're
So
still.
we're on the agenda item. It's time.
Still responding to public comment here, right?
Okay.
The next item on our agenda, okay, we have no time, so are we now? Because all of the comments we received this morning, most of the comments we received this morning were on LTAC funding recommendations. And we have an agenda item about that, are we not? Do we not want to go on to the budget information and then come back?
Right, that is a set time. That's at 10:15.
I know. Right,
We could do
But-
briefing.
yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest.
Sure. I'm gonna go first.
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, looking last week, with you guys on Monday, then I thought we had a board meeting of the North Hood Canal Chamber, but it's canceled. Holiday travel. On Tuesday, I met with James Holthouse and Carolyn, Bayside's veteran coordinator, to talk about the SSVF funds and various different veteran services, including the services the county offers, and also the possibility of a stand down or something during our appointed time count on January 30th. It's a good meeting, I think, you know, kind of set the stage for future meetings. Then I, in the afternoon, met for the first meeting of the coordinated water system plan. I couldn't, where the Water Utility Coordinating Committee. I kept trying to get us called Wookiees and no one was down for it. I wanted to call the ecology folks that were visiting Ewoks, but no, nothing. So anyways, I ended up getting voted chair of that with Kevin Street as vice chair. So we'll be digging into that work. We're just kind of
Until he retires?
Till June.
Until June, and then, yeah, a future, June 5th, right? Coming up soon, geez, I think it was in the paper, June 5th.
Was it the 5th?
Beginning of June. But it was a good meeting, well set up by Brent Butler, some, hybrid meeting issue stuff that we really need to fix as a community, as a county organization. And then on Wednesday, the big thing was meeting with Orca staff. We're gonna have a focus on Jefferson County at the February Orca meeting, and also we're going to have another presentation from Orca here about the work that they do in Jefferson County. We're talking about having it at the BOCC, but they do a lot of crossover with environmental public health, and also they're doing a lot of work right now with Jefferson Healthcare. So we decided that maybe the Board of Health would be a more appropriate venue, so we could we'd have Commissioner Kolf there, and we'd have Pinky and Environmental Public Health, so looking to get a meeting, a 30-minute presentation from Orca on the February Board of Health meeting. On Thursday, had the EDC Team Jefferson board meeting, welcomed a new board member with a lot of skills. Ben, I'm forgetting his last name, who's the HR director of Port Townsend Paper. So really great, and already proved his worth as we were kind of discussing some HR management issues and everything, and he's got a lot of professional subject matter expertise. Then the annual roundup of NODC, they've got like 3 new staff members.
Wow, that was quick.
Yeah, no, they turned it around really quickly, so doing well. Their recompete grant is already kind of inked and about ready to get going. They have most of the underserved community support grants, so with all the different tribes, and also with Forks, and then there's some services that will go to South County, Brennan and Closing area. EDC also has some South County serving funds, but it is through Peninsula College. It's staffing position, business support, that Peninsula College still has not gotten their contract through to the point of getting subrecipient contracts.
So there's nobody there. That's not happening.
Patty, the new business support person, has been going down to a lot of meetings, but there's no staff support for it yet. We've had to revise the budget twice from EDC just because we had budgeted those positions, and so right now they are being staffed. POVC I did not go to because it was the annual meeting, so they're electing new members. And then I was gonna go to the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, but as discussed, that meeting had to be canceled. Wait, solid waste was canceled too?
Yeah.
Wait, they were both canceled?
Yep.
What?
Because there weren't enough, we didn't get a quorum.
Oh, we didn't have to cancel.
We just barely, it was like one person, and so.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, it was super, we kept waiting and waiting, but never came together.
Then kind of catching up on work on Friday, but did go into KPTZ and brought a return guest who will return quite a bit more often. It's gonna bring Al, but he's out on vacation. So brought in Commissioner-elect Dudley Nolet, and we walked through the boards and committees list and everything. So I've got some ideas about where.
I do too. I have a spreadsheet.
Yeah. I gave her the spreadsheet too from 2024.
I've got an adjusted spreadsheet.
Oh, you've already
I have a
been working?
proposal, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Well, she expressed some interest in forest issues. I don't know how you feeling about that. And that was my week.
Great. Kate, what's happening with you other than being on the other side of the country?
Well, I was around most of last week, so
Yeah.
I'll dive in. I'd say I spent a lot of the week kind of having the legislative session come into focus, which is really interesting, a little bit daunting. So the state financial situation, as we know, is looking a little bit dire, and that's going to drive some policy decisions that I think behooves us to be aware of. And certainly the budget shortfall, I think, is going to kind of strangely, and one of our public comments via email alluded to this, probably make the removal of the 1% cap for property tax very viable. The state is wanting to see more revenues come in, and they would rather have that happen at the county level than at the state level. So they will push that authority to us finally, even though we've been asking for it and they've been saying no for a long time. One interesting thing is that it sounds like Governor-elect Ferguson is going to be really focused on public safety and perhaps going to be driving a mandate for more law enforcement officers. I'm not sure if that will affect Jefferson County in particular. But that's going to push a greater cost to local governments to fund a number of initiatives around behavioral health, public safety, and criminal justice. So that is proving to be, I think, probably a defining feature of the legislative session this year, because the legislature is not known for wanting to support, especially law enforcement efforts. So I think that's going to be really interesting. Sounds like land use is not going to get a lot of traction. Still not much appetite for taking that on, but we'll see. Things are often a surprise, but so more to come. Mark and I will be meeting with our lobbyist, and we'll continue to refine our agenda based on what we learn. Also have a meeting with NOLA this week. So more to come on the legislature for me in the next couple weeks. One thing I spent some time on last week, which you should know, and the LTAC committee has been informed of this, but the Peninsula Trails Coalition request to change some of their 2024 funding has been denied by legal. So they were hoping to switch some funds to a different use, specifically to buy some equipment. And while that would be an allowable use for LTAC dollars, because it was not granted originally, the interpretation of the RCW is that is not allowed. So just wanted you guys to know that has been denied, and Peninsula Trails Coalition was gracious about that, and were able to identify ways that they could spend those additional funds before the end of the year, hopefully. Another thorny issue. Spent some time talking with folks from the Fort Worden PDA. Stay tuned. It's going to continue to be a real challenge. The receiver was granted until March to figure out kind of how to make the lease work, master lease at Fort Worden, and that leaves a ton of uncertainty until March, which is exactly what is not needed at the fort right now for businesses to be planning and operating. So it's existential crisis mode there. I think that was about it. I had a MRSC Municipal Research Service Center board meeting on Friday. New director there who is great. The organization's going to be in really good hands. And she is really embracing AI and trying to be really smart about how MRSC will handle, pretty massive kind of threat to the type of information that they provide to local governments that AI could easily replace, just a matter of how well. So they're being very strategic and confronting that, and we're going to have a training for the board to help the MRSC board to help us try to come up with some strategies for how we're going to approach this new and changing technology. So yeah, I am away in Washington, DC until tomorrow, but then I have a meeting in Seattle on Wednesday, so not back until Thursday of this week.
And you're gonna drop off at 2:30 our time, right?
I'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Okay. Looking at my calendar, was here with you all last Monday. Feels like a blur because I was driving. I feel like I'm driving up and down and all around lately. I attended on Tuesday morning, I attended a straight ERN Climate Resilient Riparian Systems Grant conversation, and I really I have to share some disappointing news that Kara Cardinal's not gonna be our straight ERN coordinator, so we'll be facilitating another transition in that team over the next few months. But Kara's done an awesome job of pulling our members together to talk about funding opportunities, and that's just been a real strength of hers. So this was a conversation about this current grant opportunity on riparian systems, and a great conversation. So thank you, Kara, again. After that, we had our Board of Health Sanitation Subcommittee. And we are gonna bring back a report to the next Board of Health meeting regarding the work that we've been doing together. And then we've kind of started to talk about a phase 2 of our subcommittee to address some other issues that have come up. But I think I said, let's make sure that we report back to the Board of Health, you know, what came out of our work together over the last year. So stay tuned for that. Then I met with a phase 1 sewer boundary landowner to talk about some sewer options and road realignments in the phase 1 sewer boundary. We had in the afternoon on Tuesday, we had a behavioral health advisory committee special meeting just to kind of do some tune-ups as we come into the new year, and it was great. It's a little bit logistically challenging because we were in the upstairs first floor conference room, which we should address as it gets used more and more. The audio was horrible. It was a really challenging hybrid meeting. And I just think that we need to have at least 2 spaces where meetings can happen in the courthouse hybrid.
I just asked that of IT this morning again.
Okay, great.
It's on the wish list.
Yeah, because it just feels like we get all those stakeholders in a room and then we can't hear each other, so.
The acoustics really bad in that room too, just all hard angles.
Yeah. Largely, the meeting was about some bylaws updates that need to happen, and functionally, we added a seat for community representatives who represent transportation and housing, and we decided to extend an invitation to Nicole Gauthier from Jefferson Transit to sit on the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee and make the alternate for that seat a housing person, yet unidentified, but I thought that was a good suggestion that actually came from our incoming commissioner who joined us for the meeting in public comment there. Then after that meeting in the evening, I attended the Jefferson Marine Resources Committee meeting, which was largely a debrief of our strategic planning work that we had done in a retreat the previous week. So I say this, I feel like I'm a broken record about MRC, but super grateful of the commitment of those volunteers. I mean, they actually sit on a committee, but they actually all hold projects within the committee and are really working as volunteers to the benefit of our nearshore habitat and marine species. So I just really appreciate that group of folks. And I think we might have formed a derelict vessel subcommittee project area, which we haven't had, but we all have been kind of dabbling in on the side.
Right.
But I think we're gonna have a focus for that going forward, which is great because I'm already starting to get the calls and text messages about boats afloat. So let's see. And then Wednesday morning, we had our community wildfire planning consultants shared with us an opportunity to attend a webinar having to do with the community wildfire defense grant that's currently been posted by the federal government, and we are pursuing. Amanda is working on pursuing that grant opportunity, and Mark, myself, Amanda, a number of us have been attending these webinars over the last week just to get a sense of kind of the sidebars of that grant opportunity. But it's a large pool of funding, and our proposal would go towards a lot of the implementation of some of the things that came out of our community wildfire planning processes, including evacuation routes and building demonstration sites for how to make your home defensible. So defensible spaces. So those are a couple of the activities that we're looking at targeting with this grant, but stay tuned because it'll get more robust as we start putting pen to ink or pen to paper on this.
I defended my house by cutting the Christmas tree down from only 15 feet away from our house.
Did I tell you about the time when I went out and got a Christmas tree? And it was off my neighbor's property and it was some ornamental tree. I was like 12,
Oh,
but I came back with this tree and I was so proud of myself. And my mom was like, where did you get that? I said, right there. It's just a tree, a small tree. And she's like, that's like an heirloom variety, Heidi. And I was like, I was a little bit busted. So anyway, I think that, you know, we all have a lot to learn about how we take care of our own houses and we want to build some examples in the community so people can see both homes and public facilities. And then also talking about how we're doing our forestry work with Mallory and Chickadee and making our forests actually more defensible and fire healthy. So, okay, I think I'm running out of time. I'm out of time and I'm halfway through my week. So I will stop there and turn it over. We have a 10:15 hearing. And we have a number of awesome brains in the room. We're gonna have a hearing on well, I can just open it. We're having a hearing regarding the 2024-2025 mid-biennium budget review and modification for the general fund and other funds, the 2025 Jefferson County Road Construction Program, the 2025 County Capital Improvement Program, and the Central Services 2025 Cost Recovery Plans. I'm going to call this meeting to order and welcome everyone to the hearing I just described. The public hearing is now open. If you've joined this meeting via the phone and wish to provide hearing testimony, please stay on the line and you will be provided an opportunity to speak during public testimony. Thank you for being here. Before we take public testimony, we're going to listen to a staff presentation that will be delivered by Mark McCauley and with his supporting cast of characters, including Judy Shepherd. I see Stacy Prada and Brenda Huntingford in the room. So we've got everyone on deck. Any question can be answered today, asked and answered today.
All right. Well, thank you, Commissioner Eisenhower, acting chair, in Kate's absence, or not absence, but geographically removed.
Footlessness.
So to add a little context for the public, Judy Shepherd is our finance director, Stacy Prada is the county treasurer, and Brenda Huntingford is the county auditor. And I'm really happy to have them here today. These folks, these three, plus Sarah Melanson, comprises their core financial team that was described in the resolution that the board adopted a short while ago. The topic of which was dealing with financial stress. And so this presentation is going to talk a little bit about financial stress. And I've got a number of documents that aren't part of my PowerPoint that I'd like to share just to give the public some context. So first document, the title is Budget Woes by Other Local Governments. So I came in this weekend and got on my internet browser and took a look around the state of Washington, and I found innumerable examples of budget woes in other counties, in cities, and at the state level. Clallam County is having issues. Port Townsend is deliberately drawing down its fund balance. Vancouver City Council, they've got a $43,000 budget deficit, $10 billion deficit at the state level. King County's having issues. Snohomish County was actually considering an 8% property tax hike to help deal with their budget issues. Spokane County, Tacoma, Whatcom, Thurston County, all of them. And my old stomping grounds, Clark County, they're facing a $10 million deficit themselves. So, as I move into the presentation to talk about Jefferson County's budget circumstances, keep in mind that there's a lot of budget woe going around in the state of Washington. So what I would like to share next is just to share with the public and to remind folks of factors that are impacting the county budget and leading, first of all, with the outside influences. I think we all know that we've been suffering under higher than average inflation. I think it was 4.79, 4.1, and 2.8, all adding up to 20%. The risk pool's been hitting us with monster premium increases. And then the new coroner requirement, I mean, that's a small thing, but it was an AG's opinion that is requiring us to hire a coroner that is not our prosecuting attorney. And then, of course, you see the 20% inflation over 4 years. 6 years ago, we increased pay and salaries for our county employees by 9%, followed by 2 0 years. And in the most recent round, 8, 2, and 2, which totals 21, but that's over 6 years. And we started that 6-year period well behind our comparable counties. The 9% was to try to catch up. And then, of course, like the mirage that you see on the horizon that you never quite get to, as we increased wages by 8, 2, and 2, the mirage got farther away with the 20% inflation. And so we really needed to do this to remain competitive. And so the people that work here can actually afford to live. And then, of course, we've had chronic vacancies in our jail, and the board approved hiring and retention incentives for those officers. And it's proven to be moderately successful. And we're hoping that 8, 2, and 2 will increase our ability to recruit and retain corrections officers. Then, of course, there were a couple of organizational improvements. We reorganized DCD into a much more effective organization, and that increased the pressure on the budget a little bit. And then courthouse security, when we had EPC solutions, that was costing us about $135,000 a year. We now have 2 full corrections officers out there. Cost is well over $200,000. And then, of course, we made strategic use of consulting contracts. Peak Sustainability is helping us with the drainage district, number 1. We hired Barry Dunn as our strategic plan consultant, and SWCA as our CWPP consultant. Most of that was paid for out of Title III, but since those funds have been exhausted, we are now using general fund money to keep them on board.
When will the next round of Title III happen?
We have to rebuild the fund balance.
But when do those funds come?
Oh,
Every year.
Every year. Okay.
I think mid-year,
Yes, I don't know exactly, but it's every year.
and we get about 20,000 a year.
We chose that percentage. The 2%, I think it was.
Right.
And then, of course, the EPL consultant, Hansel Tierney, Sherry Boulin, absolutely essential that we brought her on board to help us with our EPL woes.
Which is intergov.
Intergov, now
The
EPL,
online interface for the public to access documents.
permitting database.
Just instead of just.
And then we have a customer portal that people can use.
Right.
And then, of course, in 2025, I mean, we've helped the road fund in recent years. The board has reduced the road fund diversion 50 grand 2 years in a row. For 2025, another $100,000 reduction in the diversion. And then, of course, an increase in our PILT contribution to get them up to 750,000 between SRS and PILT. And then some help for some important organizations in our community. The Humane Society, 50,000 a year plus utilities, and then we upped what we pay in support of the Fair Association to 100,000 a year. And then staff augmentation. We've added a number of very important staff positions over the last couple of years, and I won't read all of these, but Judy sitting next to me, Amanda Christopherson, our grant administrator, who's doing great work. Superior Court, Sophie up there, she had a 700-hour PTO balance because she could never leave. And so we got her a half-time position. to help Judge Mack and to let Sophie take some vacation time. We went years with one payroll person, and we now have three. We added a specialist in elections and South County deputy and two new IT staff. So very important additions to our staffing, all of which puts pressure on the general fund budget. Now, one more before I get to the PowerPoint.
At some point, Mark, it would be great to workshop how the grants manager program is going.
Sure.
Just that, what grants has she pursued? How much
Right.
funding has she brought
Yeah, we can do a
in?
workshop on that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure. All right, and so this is, hopefully, hope people can see that. So this is a chart that our treasurer puts together every month for our budget committee. This is our cash balance. You can see going back to like 2018, we had 5 million in cash. At the end of last year, we had 9.3 million. In October this year, almost 10.8. At the end of November, we're going to have a hair under 10. And so in spite of all the things that we've done, we've still managed to build sizable cash reserves. Okay, so now I'll switch over to the PowerPoint presentation and bore you to death with that. All right, so this is my 8th budget presentation to the Jefferson County Board of County Commissioners, and I think it's going to be my last one.
Thank you, Mark, for all of those.
We'll see.
Great.
All right, so budget process. We have a well-defined budget process that is put out in our budget calendar. I won't go through all of these, but it's a very disciplined process. It begins with the board outlining their objectives and procedures for developing the budget. Auditor issues the call, departments submit their budget. Then Judy works magic with it, and it's available. The preliminary budget's available at the end of September. We had a number of budget presentations to the board in mid-October. A budget workshop to look at the general fund additions that were requested early in November. Recommended budget was posted after that presentation, same day. And then, of course, today's hearing, and then hopefully next Monday, you'll adopt the budget. And so in the resolution that the board passed with objectives and procedures, we kept operating transfers flat at 2024 levels, with the exception, of course, of DCD. We had artificially reduced their transfer when we adopted the biennial budget, and so we just jacked it up to where it needs to be for next year. Non-salary and benefits increase at 1.5%. Again, that's a conservative increase. We've been using 1.5 for the last couple of years, and prior to that, those budgets were increased 3% a year. And to the degree that we have them, we included ratified bargaining agreements. We have one left, and that's for command staff for the sheriff. If you're adding staff, you got to be able to afford them as the years go by. And then you got to budget your balance your budget, and you can use fund balance to do that. However, you got to maintain the recommended reserves that are in the resolution that defines what those recommended reserves are. All right, so revenues for next year are going to be static. They're going to actually decline just a little bit. We've got DNR timber revenue lower than usual. We're going to lose a little bit of investment income as the Fed reduces interest rates. But as I showed you in the cash chart, we're beginning next year with a healthy cash balance. And when I first got here, it was very difficult for department directors and elected officials to get increases in their budget. In the past 3 years, we've met some of that pent-up demand as I showed you in the chart that talked about factors impacting our budget. Once again, worst inflation since between 1976 and 1980. Significant increases in employee compensation. We added staff. So we're assuming some risk with this budget, but in my opinion, the risk is acceptable. Now, a caveat, we rely heavily on underspending. And so the projection that is in this presentation takes the average underspending for the past 6 years, from 2018 through 2024, and applies that into the future year budgets. And should we not underspend, our risk will increase. Okay, so all fund budgets, revenues, the second year in a row, we've been up above 100 million, largely driven by the sewer project and healthy grant revenues in the road fund. And then this splits it out by general fund and other funds. And you can see here that revenue just under 27 and expenditures just over 30. And so if we underspend to I think it's 6.39% that we've underspent the previous 6 years, then we won't come in at 30 million, we'll come in at like 28.7 or so. So we will be drawing down fund balances. To what degree? And so this is the 5-year.
Wait, Mark, can you go back to that? If we don't do what, will be?
If we don't underspend.
We don't underspend.
At the percentage that's assumed, then we'll draw the fund balance down even further than we project.
And is there an average percentage that you assume?
6.39.
Okay, but this assumes that we don't.
This assumes
full
yes,
budget.
this assumes that we don't.
Yeah,
correct. This assumes that we do. And so you apply that 6.39 to each of these expenditure numbers for the years, and the line below it is how much we would expect to understand should we hit that 6.39. And so you can see our fund balance in 2027, we're down to 290,000 unreserved fund balance, which means we still have our recommended reserves, but a small cushion over that. Same applies in 28, and then the unreserved fund balance increases out into 2029. And so what I've discussed with our team here is that starting in January, the week prior to the budget committee meetings, we're going to huddle. So we're going to take a look at the numbers and determine whether or not any of the actions in that resolution need to be activated. And so next year should be fun. So our 15% of reserves, 4.5 million. And this is something the state auditor really looks at. I think they want you to have 60 days of liquidity. And so you take, the 30 million divided by 365 multiplied by 60, and that tells you how much you ought to have. And this number meets that objective. Okay, so second two bullets, or the bullet 2 and 3, essentially repeat something I've already said, that we're going to have a smaller fund balance beginning in 2026, but it'll start to rebound in 2029. And so I went back and I looked at projections from 2018, 2019 for each of the budget cycles, and in every single one, it's much like Monty Reinders when he shows the fund balance chart for the road fund. Yeah, it's always a death spiral. And because of the talent of this group, we manage ourselves, and those woeful looking fund balances never materialize.
And we've had those 5-year projections with the real red since I've been here in 19. That's not a new thing.
Right. So when we show that, you
goes
sit up there and you go,
So, well, I mean, no, it's, you don't want to dig it. take it lightly. I'm just saying, I also have a lot of faith in our team, for a system that kind of corrects itself as it moves through.
Okay, well, I'm glad you remember those. Okay.
We're
so-
paying attention, Mark.
Pardon?
We're paying attention, Mark.
We're glad you are.
Yes, we are. We're very glad. Okay, well, here's some talking points here. The Hadlock Sewer Project, fully funded, under construction. Supposed to be functional. In other words, we flip the switch and begin processing flow. I think the target is May of this year. A lot of financial machinations revolved around that. We've got a fund, a repair, an emergency repair and replacement fund. And the memo you put out, objectives and procedures, discussed that we need to take some of the excess money from 2019 that was moved into the capital fund in 2020. $1 million was moved, and well, that money's been provided to Public Works for liquidity before they got the line of credit for the sewer project. And then Monty's going to hang on to that, and he's going to use it to populate the emergency fund, and he's going to use it to, he doesn't want me to use the word subsidy, but to help support the financial operation of the treatment plant when it comes online, because we're going to have to start paying the PUD to operate it.
Is that still looking at 200K per year?
Roughly, yeah. Yeah. The next line, I'd invite Kate or Greg to talk about HB 1590, the 0.1% affordable housing tax. I think the Housing Fund Board's done a really good work with that money, and it'll continue. At some point, you might want to think about bonding some of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Department of Community Development, fully staffed, and has reduced permit wait times to reasonable levels. And I've not had anybody from, the local housing group call me in a year plus. And so I'm really happy with how that department is functioning. And they've got a mountain of work that they're accomplishing. And
Thanks, Josh.
You're well aware of what that workload is. So the ICG, a really valuable intergovernmental governing group. The life of that's been extended another 2 years. And so we'll continue to work together to better our community. Sean Frederick, our new Central Services Director, is picking up the capital project and property management function. And I think he's planning on convening the capital project management group in January. And so we'll see some motion there. And then, of course, the road fund. I mentioned the slope of death chart that Monty maintains, and most recently the slope of that curve is increased dramatically, and that's why next week we'll have a hearing on a transportation benefit district. So, I think, Kate, you mentioned earlier, Governor-elect Ferguson has a budget deficit, and you mentioned that there might be a bigger appetite for the 1% property tax limitation to be lifted. I think if you look at the chart of all the jurisdictions having budget issues, that could really gain some momentum this year. And then, whenever the conference board shares a new leading economic indicator chart, I look at it, I share it with the team. They're still showing October data, and that had the red line signaling a recession. I'm anxiously waiting November data to see what it says. My hope is that the red line disappears and we start seeing upward movement in the leading economic indicator in that chart. All right. So when we met with the board on November 4th, these are the amendments to the general fund budget that were approved. And so I just put them here just so the public can see what the board added to the general fund budget beyond what was asked for, or beyond the base budget. Significant number here is the $1,013,000. The bulk of that is an increase in the transfer to community development that I mentioned previously. Okay, I won't talk about this much, but we took needed action to improve compensation for our employees, and there are a number of items here that were part of that effort. 12% pay increase over 3 years. We increased the step increment for represented employees that were at 2%. We increased it to 3%, so that it matches exempt employee step increases. I think what happened was in the Great Recession back in 2008, 2009, exempt employees didn't get pay raises, but they got an increase in the step increment to help compensate for that. And so we thought it was time to bring the representative employees up to that same 3%. And then a number of our bargaining units have transitioned to the PTO model. Number of them decided not to do that, so now we have a mix.
Does that end up costing us more or less PTO versus the other method?
I think it's a wash. I do know that the PTO, when you under the sick leave vacation model, you can cash in vacation when you retire. You cannot cash it in when you leave county employment. Sick leave is paid out using a formula. But when you leave county service, if you have a PTO balance, you get paid for every hour of PTO. And so that's a benefit to the employees.
I was curious about it because we don't get it.
Well, okay, but you don't have to show up every day either.
But I do.
Which I like, but I don't like hearing people who are elected, say that's an issue because we have to do the job,
Yeah.
but we could be injured and out for a week and not have to use any.
But I'm always curious about how it really functionally hits the ground.
So basically, it's, so previously, you could accrue a whole bunch of sick time. There was no limit on the sick time, but when you retire, you only receive 25% of it.
I see.
And if you leave the county, you don't get any of it, okay? But then with PTO, it's now you're sick and your vacation is all together. So therefore, when you leave the county, you take all of it. So potentially, as people retire, it's more paid out. But they also, a lot of these people that have been here and have the sick banks, they still have them. So if those banks didn't go away.
They don't convert to PTO.
No, they didn't convert to PTO, but they're just hanging out as a sick bank. They can still use it and they'll still receive 25% if they retire. So it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another benefit of PTO is your PTO bank, and I think the maximum is 520 hours, can carry over to the next year. Under the vacation model, you can only carry over 120. And so if you want to go on a lengthy vacation in January, February, you've only got 120 hours. Well, 120 hours, that's 3 weeks. So anyway, we made the offer to the bargaining units. They evaluated, and the bulk of them went with the PTO model.
That's super helpful. Thank you, because I haven't really been tracking that.
Okay, so budget policies that guide budget development, resolution, and this is the new numbering scheme that the prosecuting attorney came up with. So resolution 41072224R, and then of course special purpose tax, and then minimum fund balance requirements in resolution 41-19.
So when you say there's a new numbering scheme, wait, so there's the top one has the new numbering scheme applied, but the second two don't?
Yeah, so the previous numbering scheme for resolutions was a 2-digit number and then dash 2-digit number. But their ordinance scheme was the one above. The first number is the number of the document and then the date dash year. We put the R on the end because it was the same format as ordinances now, so that's why it's a new
Okay,
That's a new numbering system, but it is kind of nice because you can see the date it was approved.
right, right.
July
So
27th.
it's
So then you can find it.
It's
Yeah.
the 41st resolution in 2024, and it was passed on July 22nd.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it's logical.
So are we gonna go back and renumber the previous ones? No, okay, this is just going
That
forward.
would be a project.
Yeah,
Okay, and so here are all the tables showing all the numbers in great detail. I don't think I'm gonna dwell on them greatly, but so these are treasurer revenue line items. We're so grateful to Stacy because she brings in 24 million of the 27. And then various departments bring in revenues, most notably the sheriff. And we're very grateful that the Ho decided to re-engage with the county. We get 275,000 from the Ho for that law enforcement on the West End.
Kate's got her hand up. You have a question on this slide, Kate, or a previous one?
Previous slide, yeah, I'm wondering if Stacy could talk about the assumptions that you put into particularly the sales tax budgeted revenue.
I wish I'd brought that with me. I think we estimated 4% increase, which is what we anticipated this year. It has been about 8% this year, but I would credit that to some very large projects that were are the sewer project, the fish passages, and the highway projects are huge. And then to a lesser extent, the large hospital project in the city, we get a portion of that. I really appreciate the question because we are very hands-on on monitoring that and estimating, and because as the second largest revenue for the general fund, we're always eager to see how is that doing, how is it trending, is it a blip or is it ongoing? I would say that for 2025, we've been conservative with the 4% in my mind, in thinking, okay, we think this is at the macro level for the county, so I don't want to diminish the fact that it can be very difficult for individuals. But at the countywide level, we foresee continued purchases, expenditures, projects, purchasing things that come to their home, and the sales tax revenue goes to their home. And if that's going down at all this next year, my anticipation is that the ongoing sewer project and quite a few fish passage projects, the state, the highway improvements, those still will be contributing to the general fund in a way that helps us feel more confident in the 4%. It could be more, it could be less, but we really have worked hard to be as accurate as possible with our estimates moving forward. So it's not like we know there's something else that's coming in that we haven't put in the budget. This is a genuine, good, hard look at every item and what has the state put down in their shared revenue items. So we have those to the dollar in there, accurate. If we make a different amount than that, it'll hopefully be because it's more than that. But if it's off, I mean, it gets a little bit more stressful through the year, frankly, because we're looking at it and I'm like, oh gosh, beginning of the year, if it's low, it makes it look horrible at the end of the year in the projection. But we absolutely are being, I think, more precise. We're not just doing a broad brush, this percentage increase on each item. There's some that will definitely go down. We did factor investment revenue going down. We'll see how it goes because we've assumed 4.75% on average through the year, but it might be less than that, but we'll keep monitoring. So these are our genuine estimates. And then I've also, this year, we changed a little bit on the property tax the estimate to be what I think is more accurate, because the amount that is given for what is estimated by the assessor in August, they're not even done with everything yet. And so what we're finding is a different number, and actually, if we just take 2.5% off of that, then it's been more accurate through all the years. So I feel more confident in the revenue we are getting, and but as always, we have to monitor and be ready, and I appreciate that Mark wants to meet more frequently in a more organized way, so that I'm ready for the meetings and then looking at those, but also, like pandemic, other things, things can always change on a dime, so we want to be ready, but that's what we spend a lot of time doing.
So I just want to point out that this is a hearing, and we will have public testimony as part of the hearing, and we have another scheduled item at
Right.
11. So I don't know
I
how.
think we could whiz through the,
Okay,
the voluminous number charts.
okay.
At the board's pleasure. Kate, did that answer your question?
It did, yeah, thank you. And, just to point out that we have seen continued increase in sales tax. And unlike some of the other jurisdictions you mentioned, Mark, so we're lucky, but still facing the inflation we're facing leaves that funding gap or that challenge for us. So just wanted to be transparent about that.
All right, thank you. Okay, back to individual departments, and I pointed out the sheriff bringing in that 275 from the Ho tribe for West End law enforcement. Okay, now expenditures. We have two different charts here, totaling 30,245,000, and then on to other funds. A lot of activity going on here, public health. They're getting their foundational public health money early. We see the grant management fund increasing, community development budget increasing, affordable housing up to 1.4. Public infrastructure, the reason we're at about 3 million is because we made PIF awards that not much progress has been made on the Sims Gateway project to remove the poplars, and then of course complete streets in Quilcene. And so my hope is that 2025 we'll see those projects come to fruition. Increase in solid waste, information services, and then staffing schedule. We're up to 331. That's the most FTE the county's ever had. And these numbers are based on full-time equivalent. There's clerk hires in here, and public health especially, there are people that increase their number of hours from 24 to 32, or they reduce their hours, and so these numbers can jump all over.
And there's, in those areas, there's new funding coming into the county that wasn't there
Correct.
before, like
Correct.
foundational public health funding and.
Yeah, like
the sewer.
epidemiologists and other things.
And the sewers, 5 people now, and
Yep.
that funding needs to be spent, so there's reasons behind some of these numbers having increased and funding behind them.
Correct. Okay, conclusion slide. A lot of people contribute to putting a budget together, and there's a list of names here. I won't list them all, but the team in the room here, thanks a lot to you folks and folks in the various departments. And in my budget message, Kate, I did single you out to thank you for your 8 years of service to the county, and your interest always in the county budget. And I think we had a conversation and you said, wow, 8 years, and every year we seem to do a little better. And so anyway, I just wanted to recognize you and thank you for your mentorship and guidance over the past 8 years.
Absolutely.
Well, right back at you, Mark.
That concludes the presentation. And so public comment.
Yeah. Well, thank you, everyone, for all your work on this. It really represents a ton of work, and we've all been doing quarterly check-ins on the budget over the year, and it feels like this is really important work and is where we get to enact a lot of the policy priorities that we outlined for the county. So I just really appreciate the partnership and collaboration that goes into creating the budget. I am going to open the public testimony portion of this hearing. As your elected officials, we want to hear your testimony on our budget presentation. Your testimony will help to inform our deliberations and decisions. I'll now open the hearing. I already opened the hearing a while ago, but I will open the public testimony portion of the hearing. If you join the meeting via the Zoom link, you can click the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. Or you can, if you're on the phone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand. And then when we bring you over, you'll press *6 to unmute. So if there's anybody with us today who'd like to make a public comment on the budget for 24-25 as just presented, please raise your hand. Anybody in the room interested in commenting on the budget?
Well, there's one, G-Ball.
Okay. We'll bring over Jean. Jean, you'll have 3 minutes for public comment once you get yourself unmuted.
State your name and address.
Yeah, and your name and address, my dear.
Jean Ball Quilcene, still. I would like to express appreciation and gratitude for Kate's many years of service, and thank you for the thorough budget presentation, and got to get in one more comment about the South County deputy. Thank you for that. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jean. Any other folks in the Zoom room who'd like to make a public comment on the budget presentation we just received? Oh, my little. Not seeing any other hands go up. Okay, then I will close this hearing. And I will move on to deliberations. Any further comments or deliberations on the budget? I don't feel like we got public comments that change our appreciation. Kate.
Yeah, just a couple of things. And I'm a little sad that this is my last budget cycle, and I think we have improved the process a great deal, thanks largely to Mark. So it's been a joy to make and pass 8 budgets with you. Just want to say too, in that time we have seen some uncertainty, certainly with the pandemic, but we've only seen an increase in our budget year over year in the last 8 years. And that I feel incredibly lucky that I've not had to make some hard decisions. And I hope, Heidi and Greg, that with the uncertainty we're facing in the economy, that you don't face a contracting budget in years to come, but we know it's inevitable. So appreciate the safeguards we have in place for that. I do just want to do a shout out that, because we're a small county and don't have a ton of staff and capacity, that I would love for us to continue to develop some sort of community-based funding pot, whether that's competitive or something where, we can't afford to have a housing coordinator, all sorts of positions that we know would serve our residents better. And so we really rely on our nonprofit partners to do a lot of that work. And I would just love us to be in a position to be able to help fund those. A small amount of funding from the county can often be really, really helpful to those community-based organizations. Like Mark called out, the Humane Society and the Fairgrounds are good examples. So just, I think that's something we have tossed around the idea of, and would love to keep developing that, so that the funding that comes into us in these, in these times of sufficient, or our revenues are challenging. Like I said, we still contend with inflation like everyone else, but we have the ability to help community organizations do some important work that we, the county, can't do. And just want to call out too, Stacy, you have been such a beacon of good information for me all these years. And, you know, while it's a little bit scary to look at seeing some of our unreserved fund balance dwindle, Stacy reminded me, I think 8 years ago, that it is not the job of government to accumulate extra money. So seeing that dwindle is not the worst thing. We have our 15% reserves, which is the responsible thing to do. And it's okay if we are not stocking away more and more money in the bank. That's not the role of government. So it's been a huge improvement too to bring Judy on in the finance manager role. So just a lot of improvement. It's been good years, and hope that continues for my fellow commissioners.
She says with a giggle.
Yeah. I appreciate everything you said, Kate, and the team that we have working on this, improving. I can't wait to the software for next year too. And I'd love to see some ratios, which are often really informative and kind of outlining, you know, I mean, the real impact that public safety has on our budget and roads and everything. I think, you know, some more communication tools are going to make it even better. So I've got no complaints about this process. As Kate said, it's gotten better and better. And yeah, I'm really satisfied with how it came together this year, and hope to just, yeah, continue the collaborative nature of this budget process through the county with the finance leadership team we have. So thank you guys.
Look forward to at least the 4 years ahead with you all.
Yes.
4 budgets ahead, so. Okay, so we will close our,
You want a motion?
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll move that you want to do that, or you want to do it on a
Well,
consent?
typically we come back,
Okay,
every year. It's
Yep.
hearing on one Monday
Right,
and then
okay.
adoption
Fair
on the following Monday.
That's what I thought,
I mean,
but
you have it prepared. So.
we'll do that,
Okay.
like Mark proposed. Okay. Because we are, at 11, and we have a hearing scheduled on the 2024 amendment docket for the comprehensive plan and the, UDC. I don't have a script for this, but I can swap in.
You can swap out the, but
Yeah.
are you notifying the public that we're moving that discussion for LTAC recommendation?
Yeah. Yeah, so, we had a placeholder for discussion and potential action regarding the LTAC funding recommendations for between these 2 hearings. But our last hearing took up all of its time, so we are gonna move that discussion to 1:30. And hopefully can have a robust discussion in half an hour before we have a 2 o'clock hearing on another matter. So,
you think this hearing's gonna take a full hour?
I don't know, we'll see.
No?
I think we should leave that time for it. It's
Okay.
important. So I am going to welcome everybody to this public hearing regarding the 2024 amendment docket for the comprehensive plan and the UDC. And I'm gonna say the public hearing is now open. If you've joined this meeting via the phone and wish to provide hearing testimony, please stay on the line and you will be provided an opportunity to speak during public testimony. Thank you for being here. Before we open for public testimony, we will listen to a staff presentation, and it looks like Joel is on deck to present on the 2024 docket. And after the presentation, we will open it up for public comment.
Real quick, is there anyone online that I should bring over for this discussion?
Mochi,
Mochi
George Terry.
and George Terry? What about Aria?
Ariel Spencer? No,
Okay,
no, okay, no.
not bringing those over.
I'll give a very quick introduction. Josh Peters, Community Development Director. Every year we have an annual, almost every year, because next year we will not because of the 2025 periodic update, which happens every 10 years for us. But on most years, we have an annual amendment cycle, which starts towards the beginning of the year. We have county-driven projects, proposals. We have some citizen or resident-driven proposals as well. There's a docketing process that goes to the Board of County Commissioners. And then eventually we get to the docket that we're actually working on. This year's particular docket has 4 items, at least one of which I would argue is is historic in nature, in the sense it's the first time we've tackled a particular issue around the urban growth area of Port Townsend since it was initially established under the Growth Management Act in the 1990s. And for the presentation, I'm going to turn it over to Associate Planner Joel Peterson, who is the lead planner to the Planning Commission and also manages our annual amendment cycle.
Thank you, Josh. Commissioners, Joel Peterson, Associate Planner, Community Development. And I'm going to pick up where we left off on November 18th, when Community Development had a workshop with the board going through the 4 amendments for the 2024 amendment cycle. Josh has mentioned a couple of them. I just will go down through it and state the 4 for the record. The first is some amendments to the Unified Development Code and Comprehensive Plan regarding implementing our Port Hadlock urban growth area with the sewer coming in and items such as that. The second is to modify the Port Townsend urban growth area boundary to include public owned parcels for public purpose use, including Caswell Brown Village, which is a critically important part of this project. The third is some UDC amendments for rural housing that might encourage some more dense rural housing for congregate housing and a new definition of family. The fourth is expansion of the airport essential public facility and expansion of the airport's overlay 3 that allows light industrial manufacturing of a non-aviation type of manufacturing. So those 4, just a quick recap, we started with the board setting this final docket on May 13th of 2024. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on September 18th and provided you with their recommendations, which they were recommending approval of all 4 amendments, as well as holding your own public hearing so that these projects are well vetted. And there were a couple of changes made since November 18 workshop to the ordinance, which I'll mention now. First is that we're beginning with a draft ordinance through when we initiate the process. This is our ordinance on ordinances method, where we have been updating dates within the ordinance as the process continues. Also, with the Port Townsend urban growth area boundary expansion, we had a couple of options. We chose to do the expansion versus a land swap. There were some clauses in that ordinance that mentioned land swap, so we removed those. And then last, we changed the effective date. The ordinance is effective upon signing, except for the UGA expansion, that it has a 60-day effective date. Our recommendation is to hold the hearing and deliberate, and we anticipate that you'll be able to take final action on this today. As our code specifies, second regular meeting in December is the ending date for this 2024 amendment cycle. That concludes my report and update.
Well, that was quick. Maybe we can do this faster than 60 minutes. So, okay. Anything anyone else wants to add? Mochi or Josh or George to Joel's presentation? Nope. Feeling good? Okay. So, as your elected officials, we want to hear from you. And I see a few members of the public in the room with us, so I don't know if any of you want to speak to these amendments, but I'm going to open the hearing to public testimony. If you've joined the meeting via Zoom, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, and you'll be brought over as a panelist and asked to unmute and share your video if you wish. If you're calling in by phone, you can use the *9 feature to raise your hand and then *6 to unmute when we bring you over. When called upon, please address your comments to the board and not to the audience. And we'll give folks up to 3 minutes, and you need to state, because this is a hearing, your name and place of residence. So is there anybody with us today who would like to make a public comment on these amendments? I see Scott Freeman's hand up. Are there any hands on? Come on up, Scott. And you don't have to the owl picks up your voice, so.
Okay, Scott Freeman, 2110 East Cosine Road, Cosine 98376. I am the co-manager of Leopold Freeman Forest. We're a LLC, that family-owned company that runs, owns and manages private timberland in East Jefferson County. But I'm really here to speak for the, and on behalf of the Jefferson Timber Cooperative, and we're a new group of timber growers, private timber growers, and we hope eventually public entities that are growing timber in a sustainable fashion in East Jefferson County and surrounding areas, and small timber processors, mostly small sawyers right now. And we're here to, so we're just incorporating as a cooperative as we speak. We hope to file with the state in early January. And we are here to endorse and ask the commissioners to approve your fourth proposal to expand the light industrial use on port-owned property. We've been talking to the port about the possibility of the cooperative leasing land there to develop a local wood processing center and really get the cooperative launched as a viable enterprise that we hope will support sustainable forestry, local prosperity wage jobs, and keep us from sending logs to China and keep them here in Jefferson County to help local citizens make a better world.
Great.
Thank you.
Can you spell your last name for me?
Yes, Freeman, Scott Freeman.
Is there anybody else with us in the room or online who'd like to make a comment on any of these amendments for us today? Looks like Aaron Berg, our beloved port director, is here and wants to speak. Aaron, over to you.
Good morning, Aaron Berg from the Port of Fort Townsend. Just want to thank the commission for leadership and bringing this issue forward, and for the staff for doing all the work to bring it to you today. So we are looking forward to creating some excellent jobs at the airport.
Awesome.
So with that, I guess I echo Scott's request and getting that fourth item on the docket passed.
Right. I need. Where's my, no, there it is. I'm not seeing any hands up in the Zoom room. Okay, come on up. Might as well, you came all this way.
I'm Cody Wayland, 4037 Hastings Avenue West, Port Townsend. I'm a co-founder of Jefferson Timber Cooperative with Scott Freeman. And I'm a sawyer and teach at the Wooden School of Woodworking, sawmilling for them. And I'm here to support and thank you for your help in looking at this fourth item on the list. It seems like it's a really positive situation for local jobs and wood processing. So if I would endorse that passing. Thanks.
Thanks, Cody.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Wayland.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands up in the Zoom room. And there's no more public in the room with us, so I will
close the hearing.
Close this hearing. And thank you all for showing up in person, and for those of us who are listening online. I think these are great amendments. I am especially excited about the fourth one as well. I spent last Friday at a carbon-friendly forestry conference in Seattle with Mallory Weinheimer and 150 other forest product nuts, and I am increasingly motivated and inspired to do this work in our community and to support you guys however I can. So I look forward to the work ahead, and I will close the hearing and open it for deliberation or discussion.
Josh.
Oh, Josh.
Seeing as though there was no comment from the city of Port Townsend, I did want to bring to your attention that we did receive a formal letter signed by the mayor of the city of Port Townsend supporting the expansion of the Port Townsend urban growth area boundary to include those publicly owned parcels, one of which is owned by the city of Port Townsend and is used for a stormwater management facility. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and we did actually, one of the changes that Joel talked about with the adopting ordinance was to specifically reference that comment letter. So just to reassure you that we have been working staff to staff with the city of Port Townsend staff on this proposal all along. So it's not an independent county action in the sense that we don't have the city of Port Townsend support. And as you know from your participation in the growth management steering committee process, that there was discussion through the countywide planning policy conversation that resulted in amendments to those countywide planning policies about revisiting the Port Townsend urban growth area boundary. So just to clarify, for those listening who might have been following every step along this path, by changing the urban growth area boundary for Port Townsend, we're not altering the Port Townsend city limits, municipal boundaries in any way. It's just making unincorporated urban growth area adjacent and associated with Port Townsend. So the county will still be the jurisdictional entity with land use control, for example, over that area. But it is possible that someday in the future, it could be annexed into the city of Port Townsend, but that's another conversation for another day. There were several reasons behind this action, but the principal reason really was related to, I would say, two main things. One, so that we could be eligible for CHIP funding through the Department of Commerce to help pay for sewer extension to the Casual Brown Village. That was the principal timing consideration. And the second was that by taking this action, we can then have a playing field from which we would then continue our planning together with Port Townsend around the 2025 update and population allocation and capital facilities planning and land capacity analysis for our respective urban growth areas for Port Hadlock and Port Townsend.
Thanks, Josh.
Can I comment on that too?
Yeah.
I'm excited by all these projects, really, quite frankly. I think the airport project is great, and I love also that you guys are incorporating as a co-op. I think we need more co-ops in the world. We'd have a better place, so I can't wait to see the timber co-op grow, and it seems like a great option. The UGA, I've been following very closely, and I think it all speaks to, you know, our lack of built infrastructure, really. I mean, many of these things do, and I think it's a really good step that will facilitate housing and shelter, and really appreciative of the work. The rural housing amendments, I think they're I hope they have a positive impact. It brings the Housing Solution Network survey to mind. One of the dispiriting results that they got on that, and I'm sure you guys have looked through it, is that often people don't want this congregate housing that I think is really appealing, but I still think it's a way to use our existing housing stock to house more people. So I think it's worth exploring and trying to find a way to incentivize. Even though it seems from that survey like it might be a bit of an uphill battle, I think it's still well worth pursuing. And then, of course, the placemaking in Port Hadlock, you know, we updating our comprehensive plan to accommodate the changes necessitated by the Port Hadlock sewer coming online on May 25th is like a generational opportunity. So I just glad that DCD is on the ball with this.
Thanks, Greg. Kate, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think that there was a little bit of a perfect storm of the density of material for today's hearing, coupled with the change in technology for our meeting notification that made the materials really, really hard to access and wayfind around. And I feel badly for the public that it was very hard to see what we were talking about today and be able to comment unless they were intimately familiar with the material already. So just another reminder that we have to keep working on our technology. You know, it was just hundreds of pages to scroll through, downloading very slowly on Laserfiche, and no ability to click through to links. And so I just want to apologize to the public that this is an important process, and it was frustrating for me, who knows, you know, how to get around these things pretty darn well. That said, none of these ideas are new. They have been in the pipeline for a long time, and a lot of important stakeholders have been had their eyes on this, and a lot of changes have been made in the time since they were even before the Planning Commission. So I also support all of them and appreciate the good work that has gone into it on behalf of staff and also the stakeholders. So happy to move it forward, and let's just keep working on process improvements so that we can make this more easily understandable to the public.
Thanks, Kate. Josh.
If I may just make a brief comment on that, and I understand that when it gets into Laserfiche, just like everything else does with the board, there's a certain format. I believe that hard copies are scanned and you know, obviously not going to intervene in that process. But I will say that during this annual amendment cycle, as with many of our planning processes, we have dedicated web pages on the DCD website with materials that are stored in Civic Plus, not in Laserfiche. And those are materials that are generally converted from Word to PDF and have active links. So all along, we've had, for example, the staff reports, maps of the airport facility showing the changes and those kinds of materials that are available there for folks who've been following along. And next time we'll make sure that our own agenda requests, we point to both directions so that people have options to look at materials.
That would be good, because it, even for us who do this every week, it's been confusing. And I don't know when, Carolyn, we might have the hope of having links on the agenda again, or if we ever will. But I think some retraining of the public might be in order if that's not an eventuality.
The bigger conversation is trying to integrate AV capture or another program with our audio and sound in the chamber. So we have to kind of do both at once. So we're still looking into it. But yeah, having links available is great. But like this one was 325 pages. So I don't know how it.
Some people read those though, like me. Was up all night, not all night, till 11:30. Yeah, and on that note, as we work on upgrading our sound system in the chambers here, it would be good if we could pursue assisted hearing devices. I get asked about that every time I run into one member of our community. Because other agencies in our community have those, and we need to. Yeah. So, okay, well, I closed the hearing. Any other deliberation or discussion about this item, or I'd entertain a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion unless there's something else. I'll move that we approve an ordinance approving amendments to the county's comprehensive plan and amendments to Title 18 JCC, Title 15 JCC, and Title 13 JCC as presented today.
I will second.
It's been moved in second. All those in favor of the motion indicate by raising your hand or saying aye or both.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone. That passes. Okay,
Onward.
let's get going out there at the airport.
Yeah.
I'm ready for an excavator. I'm ready for an excavator.
Breaking
Aaron.
ground next week or what? Yeah.
I like that. Bigger.
Okay, so we are ahead of time now. I thought that might take longer, so I announced to everybody that we would hold off on our lodging tax funding recommendations discussion, but I think we should take that up now until noon.
And most of them are still here.
I think, yeah, I see people hanging out. So we are going to have our discussion regarding the LTAC 2025 LTAC funding recommendations from the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, which was no set time on our agenda today. So, and we, there's potential action in this one, so we may have a public comment period. If we're gonna take action, I would like us to have a public comment period. So, further discussion, where were we at? Where were we at?
I unloaded a bunch of stuff. I've got slide decks if you want, but I'd love to hear from you guys.
So maybe we should just tee this up. This is an annual cycle where we have a advisory committee that reviews proposals that were submitted through an RFP process. The Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, as we heard earlier today, met a number of times throughout this year and completed its cycle and came up with the recommendations that were included in the packet. The challenge there is that the commissioners had earlier in the fall asked for some priorities to be included in review of those applications, and the committee rejected those priorities. And so there's been some difference in priorities between LTAC and the commissioners. And so we've heard a lot this morning of frustration about some proposed action by Commissioner Brotherton. Anything else I'm forgetting in terms of kind of where we are today? So the, we are typically the recommendations from the committee would come before the commissioners and we would consider them as a whole slate. And if the statute states that if in the eventuality that the commissioners do not wish to support the slate, that it's a little bit unclear, but we could choose to adopt some of the recommendations in whole. We cannot change the amounts awarded to any of the projects. But if we were to not adopt the whole slate, choose projects to not fund, we would need to notify the committee, give them 45 days to respond to our difference in funding proposal.
Can I ask a clarifying question there, Kate?
Sure, yep.
If we were to accept some recommendations and reject some fully, could we start contracting on the ones that were accepted as presented by LTAC?
I think that we have a preliminary legal interpretation, which is, I don't think at all finalized, but it sounds as though we might be able to do that, but we would need to be able to verify that with some more research by our legal team.
And then one other follow-up question, so if we reject one, we're kind of interpreting very broadly that we would give the current LTAC 45 days to make a comment on that. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And then we can decide to take further action or not to take further action, but they can make a comment, but it's not a recommendation per se. It's just a response to our choices.
Correct. It is not binding in any way. So I think the decision before us is, do we want to adopt the slate in whole? Do we want to call out specific recommendations that we do not wish to fund? We could consider more bold action, but I've not heard an appetite for that. I don't know, Greg, if you want to talk about your proposal in relation to these recommendations, or if that has perhaps changed.
Sure. My recommendation has changed slightly. I still think that the visitor, we've got to respond to the recommendations they made, right? I think it's unlikely this LTAC would come back and fund those things that they haven't funded already. So pivoting is required. I know that I lamented that earlier, but with the zeroing out of TCC and LTAC, there's real changes that have to be made to still make that board that we're reestablishing bylaws and taking more of a county-centered approach to it. I think that we can still develop this visitor information service in partnership with the chamber. I think there's a lot of different opinions on the board of the chamber right now about whether that expansion without the funds that came with it, even though that is what they requested. We requested earlier is fine. I really do, as I continue to think this through, think that a South County, Chamber South would add a lot of public benefit, could still house TCC as well as Solid Waste Task Force and Planning Commission meetings and give us, even an opportunity to do South County Commissioner meetings if we want. So having that set up and a small first quarter appropriation of enough to cover keeping the porta potty open, and then hoping that I would recommend a new LTAC that is, I feel like we have irreconcilable differences that are very clear in the recommendation. So I would probably, after that 45-day period, do the annual review mentioned in RCW by starting with the clean slate is what I would do to find a group that can work. When we made the priority, we sent them that memo on our priorities. There was a lot of ways to interpret that. The way that they chose to was to reject it and then to reject anything that I suggested. I think there's a real, there's frustration with me for breaking up the system. And I understand that. I'm confident that we can build a system that gives measurable visitor information we can build something that will be iterative and, you could hand off to the chamber, you could hand off to any organization and it would, finding one door in with measurable outputs is just a system improvement that I think would be worthwhile. And I would put substantial, time on my own into developing that with stakeholders. I think that if we, I'm kind of ambivalent about the optic grants, it's kind of a shifting field. What are we paying for? Oh, we've been paying all along for Clallam County advertising. Came out in the application, but I don't have a strong feeling about that. As much as not funding East County Visitor Information Centers. And I would say Forks, this is new for the Forks Visitor Center, but I think that one also does not provide public benefit to our visitors or to our tourist industry in Jefferson County. So I would say probably next year I would want to develop a service that accesses visitors' phones rather than waits for visitors to come in the door. And I think we can build that this year and create a system of measurement. And I think there's a lot of added benefit to add more multiple uses to that visitor center, which I've gone into, I don't know, 4 times this year. I went there on the day of the Quilcene Fair, and Christina, the temp, who's a lovely woman, lives in Kitsap County, had no idea the Quilcene Fair was going on. We have no control over outputs. The Quilcene one has been a Forest Service staffing position. The Brennan one is a community center staffing. None of them have outputs that improve the visitor experience. And so I'd love to refashion that system and think that we could build a system and that eventually, we'll bring those folks back that are pretty frustrated with me right now. We've had one person quit TCC, but they suggested that someone else from their organization would show up and not doing, we've been accused that this is not a collaborative process, but I believe it has not been a collaborative process, and this is building one against the wishes of those that are getting extra benefit from this funding right now.
Okay. I think I heard that before and I
Yep.
started again.
Yep.
Okay, do you have anything to add? I have some specific questions but.
Yeah, I
ahead.
have one quick question for Greg. So in terms of the proposals before us, I couldn't tell if you were specifically saying what you would, how your funding proposal would differ from what's before us.
From the one that I presented?
Oh, sorry, no, I'm thinking about specifically the
I
LTAC.
would zero out the Gateway Visitor Center for Steve Shively, that we, expressed to LTAC that we want a different approach with this on this county building. And I refuse to accept that LTAC gets to decide what happens with county buildings. And I would reject the culinary loop as marketing and then as destination marketing. And then I would, talk about the optic, is there benefit? I'm not sure. I think we'd have to talk about optic representation, since the existing representation is going to change. But I'd be more flexible about that ones to create less disruption on year one of reevaluating and working to measure these impacts.
So just a couple follow-ups with that. So that would probably mean shuttering the Visitor Information Center for some amount of time in the absence of another operator identified, right?
Yes, I think you could open it up with this mixed use model. Come a mid-year RFP, you could find someone to run a Visitor Information Center. But another way that I differ from the I think majority of the chamber board is that I don't think visitor information centers are a good investment. So I would look for a different way. I think having, 2 operators in that space with a Starlink on top, free Wi-Fi, bathrooms, and a QR code all over the county on county trails and everything to get into that same system will give you much better metrics. It'll enable more of a standard operating procedure, so you can, create that standardized but bespoke experience for the visitor. And just period.
One more follow-up. As I've heard that the duplication of websites has been a problem and that there's some preference for the Optic Run website. And I guess I'm just curious, do you feel like the Optic does not represent the unincorporated East Jefferson tourist industry very well? And I heard your concerns about the West End, but how about Eastern side?
There's decent representation. I mean, not, even in Marcia's presentation, it wasn't explicit for those. I think we have gotten some specific ads for Port Ludlow and such. So I'm not saying that's completely yeah, no, there are some ads. I guess I still would rely on my basic theory of change that the increase in our lodging tax is based on more rooms, and doing more destination development, as is suggested in the 5-year plan, will be the best investment that also keeps dollars in Jefferson County. Anytime we buy an ad, that's money leaving Jefferson County. I guess I'm feeling kind of a little isolationist with this very limited resource. We're a county that is twice as large as Rhode Island with half the population, population less than Queen Anne. So, and we're underbuilt in every way, as we just saw in our comprehensive plan update. So I do believe that investment in infrastructure, and I would include visitor information services in that, is the appropriate priority. So I really believe in the priorities that we put in front of LTAC, and I'm saddened that this current LTAC is unwilling to explore anything but the status quo. And I just think the status quo is pretty broken.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of my questions.
So I have a number of questions specific about the requests, and also just reflection on the conversation we've been having for, what is it, 2 months now, I feel like, or longer. First of all, about specifically, so the North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce amount requested and amount granted. Kate, can you talk about that project and what they requested and what was granted?
Yeah, and Greg can probably fill in some too. So that was the competing request for operation of the Visitor Information Center, albeit under a different model. And so LTAC denied that part of the application and funded the 50,000, which was kind of ongoing operations of the North Hood Canal Chamber. Did I get that right, Greg?
Yeah, I think so, though. I mean, the chamber board honestly doesn't know exactly what that 50 grand is for. So it's gonna be a contracting question regardless, but yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And then the Public Facilities District seed funding from 160 to 20, is that just for the marketing study? Okay. And what do we want to get to today? Where we have these two separate proposals. But now I hear Greg saying he's open to some things. Do we need to take this back to the committee to have another discussion, or?
I don't think we're gonna get any different answers from the committee. They've shown an intransigence to any direction. So, I mean, I don't think there's any point to that. I think make the decisions we're gonna make and give them an opportunity to comment.
Okay.
In
Would you
the committee's defense, their unwillingness to consider our priorities was largely due to the fact that the criteria had already been published in the RFP. And so applications had been written to those priorities. And, so I think it is, while they were not really terribly interested in our priorities, I think they were trying to be most fair to the applicants. And so just want to be clear about that.
Can I speak to that really quick? I think they have asserted that our RFP lists priorities, but it just is numbered RCW entries that have been treated like priorities. So there was never a decision that I'm aware of, at least in my time, that actually asserted those as a ranked list of priorities, though certainly when we were trying to go through the exercise, several members referred to them as a list of priorities.
When you're writing a grant to any entity, you look at the grant guidelines. And you look at the fundable items on that list of guidelines. And so it totally makes sense to me that somebody would look at RFP for grants and submit a grant for the allowed uses in the RFP.
We didn't change any of the allowed
I
uses.
know. Until we changed them, right?
No, we didn't change them at any, I mean,
In the RFP, we didn't change them.
they are only a list straight from the RCW. But that the assumption that that is a ranked list is not ever something, that's just a convention that has been adopted. That is not a decision that was made.
Here, if I could, the yellow highlighted items are straight out of the RFP. And these, the committee decided were the scoreable criteria. And these don't come out of the RCW. There was an allowable use list, but these were the things that I don't want to get the language wrong. I can't remember if it said that applications would be assessed based on these criteria or something. It was these 6 came right out of it. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen these, Heidi, if it was the same when you were involved.
It's very similar to the process we used, and I just feel like we are not tourism experts, none of the three of us. I mean, you owned a grocery store, I owned a restaurant for 4 years. How long do you own a grocery store? We have college degrees and
6 year, I own 4 tourist businesses.
you have and a master's degree and.
I mean, but 4 tourist businesses like right on the corridor on Highway 101.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like I'm just really uncomfortable with this process. And, you know, I've been feeling this for a while, but I just, before we unilaterally decide to break the mold, we should be really trying to have the conversations. And we just adopted that 5-year plan.
We're not doing anything against the 5 year. I agree with the 5-year plan. I don't think this is in.
I know, but have we really looked at the 5-year plan and said, what strategies can we, or what activities can we implement to affirm the strategies that are outlined in the plan?
I mean,
and you know, I hear your ideas about drive up and wave your phone at something and AI will tell you magically where to eat dinner or whatever.
Not AI dependent.
Yeah, well, it feels a little flippant because you haven't done those kinds of tourism development projects. And you know, if we're gonna fund something, I would like to see proposals that from people who've actually done those kinds of projects. I think it's kind of an interesting idea that there could be something at the Gateway Visitor Center where somebody could just drive up to maybe not a kiosk, because someone's gonna break it down with a baseball bat.
I never liked that.
Well, you used the word kiosk one time in this conversation, because I wrote it in my notes.
No. What I think is just a printed sign that has a QR code and a free Wi-Fi and free bathrooms. I think that's what we need. And
Okay.
No, I don't think, I was never on board with the kiosk.
But I feel like we need to engage the folks that are the tourism experts in our community and helping to define the right activities.
I agree.
And I don't know that the group that you're saying should be, you know, thrown in the deep end of the pool with no life ring is not some of the right people to be at that table.
I think they should still be at the table. I'm not trying to eliminate them from the table. I just know that it's been like pushing a rope to make any changes. If we don't do something, nothing will change. It's just, I've been making LTAC presentations since 2013. I have been involved with this board longer than anyone on the board. And I really think that, you know, LTAC members should have a residency requirement. You know, that 2 of the members don't live in Jefferson County. A third doesn't live in the service area. 1 out of the 4 appointed members lives in the service area. And I think that is.
Well, then we need to update, you know, all of that stuff, but that's the work that we should do is
yeah, when we see the new LTAC, as far as I'm concerned, but yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think we're gonna get. I don't know, I can't really vote for either of these proposals, I guess is where I'm at. I don't feel a clear pathway with either of these proposals.
What do you mean, either of these proposals?
The list from LTAC, which, and the letter from you, Greg, I just feel like, I don't feel like there's a resolution between these two.
Well, I mean, how about if we split the difference and let me try the visitor information for this and fund optic.
Do we have to move this agenda item to next week so that people can publicly comment on that?
We know
Change
what
of
we know what they think. It's this kind of the same cronies are gonna mention, have the same comments
Yeah,
again.
I just think you have to stop calling people cronies and saying the same thing's gonna happen next week. And have you had a conversation with any of these folks since you've been making these presentations to us?
A few of them.
Okay.
Heidi,
mean,
what's your concern about the LTAC recommendations?
Well, I've heard from a number of North Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce folks this morning that they don't want the proposal that's before us, even the whole proposal as it was written, not that we're funding it, but so now there's nothing really happening with the Gateway Visitor Center.
No, I mean, I've responded, I mean, everyone signed on to the application, we had it from the board. I'll still work with the North Hood Canal Chamber on developing it. I have a lot of concerns that we can start bringing up the concerns I have with the management of the visitor center now. I mean, I have a lot. And I think that we can find a higher, better use. I think no visitor center and a meeting room is a better use of that space than.
Do we need a meeting room at the intersection of 104 and Beaver Valley for the SWAC?
I think for the solid waste task force, it would be helpful we've often wanted to go to South County, and Carolyn is always setting up a meeting in an imperfect place, having a
What about
South
our
County.
community centers? Those need money and resources.
Yes,
Maybe we should be putting LTAC funds into our community centers.
I mean, we do by funding community center staff with tourist dollars. But I think that.
They're making them more tourist facing. I mean, I don't know, I'm getting into the weeds of the work. I'm trying to stay above the weeds of the work, but I just don't feel like. I don't know,
I'm confident we can build a better visitor information system, and if, you can agree to that, then I'm happy to allow more,
So
marketing
how
to
would you
go to
propose
content.
we do that? I mean, you said you want to do it as your college project, but I would want to request for proposals and, see some people who've done it in other places and.
This is, I mean, it's basically, I can give you, I've got the whole proposal done, I can do it, I know how I'm going to evaluate it.
But we haven't hired you.
You're right, but I do have some responsibility
Feels
here.
flippant to me, that you think that you're the best candidate to develop a virtual visitor information center when you haven't done it before.
I'm not doing it in a vacuum. What I know is that what we have right now has no value, and they're creating a standard operating procedure for the message that is tied to a website that is connected to the
I would say
event.
you could help write the RFQ, but I would want to see proposals from people who actually might have done this in other jurisdictions.
If you want to wait, I'd say don't fund any visitor information centers this year, and I'd still recommend developing that gateway county building in a way that has more public benefit.
Well, I'm not supportive of not funding any visitor tourism promotion this year or tourism activity this year. So I think I've said my part. I can't get to.
I could jump in. If I may, I think the part of the challenge for me is that we are suggesting doing away with things when we don't yet have a viable alternative. And I wonder if, this, in the spirit of never let a good crisis go to waste, if this process of the commissioners kind of questioning the status quo has broken things open enough that we can have the hard conversations now of, hey, commissioners have some say in how this funding is spent. We would really like to craft an RFP differently to get to different outcomes. And who are the partners who are willing to work with us on that? And our tourism professionals are bought into making this system a success. I think that they would come along, and I think maybe we would get some new partners to come along in it. But I think that we need to try to do that together and to build something where we have some agreement and is able to be implemented as we phase out some of the old status quo things that we're feeling like we're ready to move on from. So like not funding the Visitor Information Center currently, that seems silly. Whereas we could take 6 months or a year to be coming to some agreement on a better model for that, and then writing an RFP that speaks to those priorities. So I think that's where I've landed, that until we have some better alternatives, and what changed for me is just hearing that North Hood Canal Chamber isn't quite ready or agreed upon kind of their role in this. And I think putting it off a year and gives you, Greg, some time to better develop some of these ideas. That's the direction I'm leaning.
And that's much more eloquent way of saying what I was trying to say. I just feel like tearing the Band-Aid off while, the car's still driving down the road, or tearing the tires off while the car's still driving down the road doesn't feel like a prudent path forward to me.
Yeah, and I mean, I wish we had some way of kind of ensuring that we could get robust participation in a new approach to this. And I don't know that we can, and it might mean that there's more, some more damage done, but if we're saying to, as a reminder, TCC and LTAC are a creation of this board. There is statute, of course, for how those dollars are spent, which includes an advisory committee, certainly. But we get to select those members, and I think we're saying we would like to work with partners who are willing to do this differently, but we need to find those partners first. And whether that's existing TCC members or LTAC members, it's unclear to me. But I think it's just too much damage done. Go ahead. Sorry.
The capacity issue, right? And I know both have talked about that as the desire to have some capacity to do this work instead
and
of.
we could still have, we could still set the priorities. And like you've always said, Greg, get TCC members and LTAC members that are in line with our priorities, which includes some staffing capacity. So yeah, I guess I'm leaning towards not changing the recommendations for this year. And there is still some funding that is left. If, perhaps by mid-biennium or mid-year next year, we could consider if there was a clear kind of proposal and need that additional 100,000+ could go towards. We could have another RFP process to fill one or more of those priorities. But I guess I just want to see better alternatives that are viable before we kind of wreck a system.
I think this is a big mistake. You're going to end up with same. I think this is a misuse of tax funds. I think that you are rewarding a committee that has stuck its finger in its own eye to spite us as well. I guess I would at least say, let's send it back, fund TCC and LTAC. I mean, we're just gonna take this. I think it seems. I mean. It seems misguided to me. I mean, I understand created a confrontational situation, and I can own that. I know that Heidi shared my frustration, or I thought you did. I thought you shared my frustration with the status quo.
I thought that there was a lot of room for creativity in implementing our 5-year strategic plan. But I didn't see this kind of, outline of it until I saw it. And then I was like, well, how do we keep the doors open in the meantime? And you're saying we don't need to keep the doors open, but I don't feel like leaving a facility, a county-owned facility out at the end of Beaver Valley Road, totally,
Not leave it empty. I mean, it's,
yeah, we're leaving. I mean, I feel like there's some things that haven't been thought through in transitioning anything and how do we engage stakeholders and who do we engage? And, it feels like we're jumping without a parachute on with this proposal, in my mind.
I mean, we're funding most of their recommendations, right? I certainly would not want to send it back as is. I guess if you want to ask for LTAC and TCC money, and see if they have any compromise in them. I think that this is a repudiation, and I think that it's just the status quo. I don't know. I think we can do better. I think, building things like, and destination development and public-private partnership are two of the three main planks of the 5-year tourism plan. And I would say we don't have those right now. So I'm not leaving the 5-year plan by trying to focus on destination development. I want to put a septic system at the Quilcene campground. I want to put, the reason that Mark was able to pull that gateway paving project off is because when public agencies start working on these destination development things, grant opportunities show up, partnerships show up, and we're gonna get more tourism nexus getting the straight shot at a paved parking lot there than any of this other work. These are real things
But
that
that's
keep
not
money in
funded on
Jefferson
this
County.
list, on either list, right? Paving
It was removed because there's other funding opportunities, but that's the kind of project that comes out of starting to think about destination development rather than destination marketing. Destination marketing is something that, we don't have the infrastructure for. I mean, if you look at the lodging tax, our lodging tax has gone up proportionally all the months.
I get it. I mean, I don't disagree. And I like the idea of destination development, and I love the idea of paving that parking lot. I love the tactical things that have been proposed, but we're also literally jumping out of the airplane without the parachute. I mean, and I know you feel like our parachute's already,
Useless.
constrained with duct tape and won't deploy anyway, but
Conflicted.
I feel like we have to have the conversation. This is our community.
And, I'm proposing that we continue to have the conversation, but that we.
But you've been calling them names and it just feels, this is not respectful interaction with our community. These are our tourism experts in our community. And I feel like we have to build a table that we can all sit down at and have the conversation, and instead of just sending them memos with priorities and saying, it's my way or the highway.
You guys feel that way, then that's the way it's gonna be. I mean, I think that we
Sorry.
can sometimes set priorities and enforce those priorities, and I think this would be a reasonable place to do that, but, we'll probably find someone else to sit at that table next year that has not been calling them names, as you say. I don't think I've called anyone names, but there are names I could say. I think there's a lot of conflict.
I'm sure you'll be calling me names later, but it's okay.
But I mean, I think that all I'm saying is I don't think we have had a fair process to implement the kind of change that we're considering. And that means that it has to be put off and given a little more time. And if, 6 months is or a year is what it takes, great. Really, frankly, it needs to happen in 6 months to give time for a new RFP to be developed. But I'm totally on board with you, Greg. I just think we haven't had the process yet to be able to implement it fairly, and that the collateral damage, as one of our public commenters said this morning, is too high, and that we have to hold ourselves to a pretty high standard of fair process.
Fair enough.
I agree. Sorry, Greg, but.
So it goes.
So.
And I really want to see these types of changes happen, and I want our priorities to be top of mind. And I'm not saying that because of, ego or authority, but it is, this is part of our job. And I'm also interested in kind of taking back that visionary part of it, and that we then use our tourism professionals to help refine and implement that. But I absolutely agree that we need to be focused on destination development and want to find a way to get folks at the table who are going to help get us to that.
And we wouldn't be having this conversation if you hadn't brought this conversation to us, right?
Right now,
know,
it's
I mean-
easy just to mark time, I guess, yeah.
So
I don't think we're saying that. We're saying we want to see these changes, but doing it outside of a fair process doesn't seem like a path forward with integrity, or that builds trust.
Yeah, fair enough.
So how do we want to move forward today? Do we want to actually take action, or I see hands up on the attendee list? Do we want to take public comment?
For the sake of moving this forward, I will move that we approve LTAC's recommendations for funding in 2025.
And I will second. And we'll open it up for comment. Carolyn, there's 4 people with their hands up. We'll start with Alexis, because she's had her hand up for a while.
We could limit the amount of time of public comment too.
Yeah, we'll limit it to 2 minutes. And for each person, and we'll start with Alexis.
We'll have to all accept the promotion to panelists.
Yeah, you'll have to accept the promotion to panelists. You guys all know this. I think everyone here.
I was adding up the requested amount from the agenda request. And I have a slightly different amount, and I called ADL and she said that's because Gateway was taken out of that mix. Anyhow, for my minutes, I'd like to have a complete table, and so I just wanted to call that out, that the amount might be slightly different than
The amount on the agenda request is not correct?
No, just the requested amount, not the final number, but the
amount awarded is correct?
It looks like the amount awarded is correct.
Which
That
is the
amount-
motion on the floor.
Exactly, but for the record, I want to point out that the amount requested from the agenda request might be different.
Okay. So on the agenda request, the amount requested may be slightly different than the total at the bottom, but the amount awarded totals to the number $767,861 at the bottom of the list.
Altogether, the grand total is $782,900.
Right.
Yes.
But of projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so Alexis, you'll have 2 minutes for public comment.
Thank you very much. This time last year, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. This time last year, I sent about a 15-page critique of the county LTAC to the Board of County Commissioners. So there's few people who are as publicly critical of this body than myself. I was appreciative at that time that Commissioner Eisenhower reached out for a conversation about that letter. You demonstrated a commitment to collaboration and community, which in my eyes is an essential component of tourism promotion in our community. Tourism in our community is a part of a whole. Tourism intersects with commerce, public infrastructure, economic development, public art. The stakeholders in this arena are numerous. So that said, I share many of Commissioner Brotherton's frustrations. But that said, I have been appalled to witness his conduct and lack of decorum this year. Change is difficult and it is also lengthy. It takes time. He's referred to himself as confrontational, a bull in a china shop. He's denigrated and insulted members of LTAC and the tourism community. One of the very reasons the Quimper Events Collective formed as a volunteer and member-run nonprofit, which I think is a significant observation to make, is because as small business owners and tourism stakeholders, we did not feel represented by existing institutions. This frustrating exchange that I've witnessed today highlights exactly those concerns. And I would strongly encourage the Board of County Commissioners to convene the table and lead from a position of prioritizing outreach. Outreach is smart, it breeds equity, it is essential. We need to convene the table of tourism experts and stakeholders to drive that conversation forward and enact a more collaborative, community-centered process. Thank you, Commissioner Dean, for highlighting that. And one that minimizes the damage that's already been done to our community, tourism community and landscape. Thank you for your time.
Okay. I kind of lost track of the order, but I'm just gonna go down my list. So Dan, you're gonna be next.
Thank you. For the past, I think, almost 3 months we've been dealing with this. I have been speaking to people on both sides and really trying to find some middle ground where there could be some compromise on both sides. I think that sending this back to LTAC with complete, fully funding of their recommendations as they are is going to leave a bad taste in the mouth of Board of County Commissioners and make this continue to be more conflicted. I wish there was some compromise. That's what my public comment this morning was all about, trying to say my disappointment in how the process has been carried out from the Board of County Commissioners and how LTAC's reaction was very heavy-handed as well. I had hoped that during the LTAC deliberations there was some compromise, but the simple act of not funding TCC at all is a big problem. And I think not funding the Gateway Visitors Center and having it shuttered is a bad idea. The North Hook Canal Chamber of Commerce hasn't been projected with a clear plan of how we could take that over right at the moment anyways, which is why we're not on board with that until we had a clear plan. So shuttering it is a bad idea, but also shuttering and defunding TCC as a whole is a bad idea. And someone has got to compromise on some little piece here, and it doesn't even matter what that little piece is. But I'd really like to see that so that we can keep the professionals in the TCC, the professionals at the LTAC board and the county commissioners all working together next year, because simply going one way or the other, I don't know how that's going to play out. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Dan. Next on my list is, I saw Jean come in the room. Jean, let's go to Jean, and then Debbie, and then Diana.
Hi. Wow, watching the eggs get broken in order to make the pancakes is fascinating and rewarding. You may not feel that, but I, as an observer, am feeling that, and I appreciate the deliberative process. And I know it is painful for you. I apologize for that, but it is great. It's a great exercise to witness. So I really appreciate it. I think that the tourism professionals deserve a tremendous amount of credit and deference. If there's going to be a change in the process, it should be done moving forward, not in the 11th hour when it creates so much friction and a pressure cooker effect that everybody is kind of at each other's throats at this point. This is untenable. It is uncomfortable. And as an observer, it's uncomfortable. And I think that there could be a process developed moving forward to change the procedure for future RFPs. This whole discussion is reminiscent of another issue which was highly contentious, during which one of you was accused of brinksmanship and now cronyism. And I'd like to avoid that if possible. I would like to avoid the appearance of conflict. I would like to avoid calling people names or having too heated discussions. I understand you're passionate and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the outcome, and you had to break those eggs to make those pancakes. So thank you for that. You've come to the correct conclusion and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jane. Debbie Wardrop.
Thank you for this enlightening conversation today. The deliberation is exactly what our government is all about. While I have a lot of angst about the words that have been used to describe this group of professionals, I think the intent is worth considering. It's the approach that has been flawed. And so I applaud Commissioner Eisenhower for understanding the work of the master plan and supporting that. That is the foundation for where we are on the Olympic Peninsula for the next 5 years. To clarify, we have 5 groups working right now on the short-term goals, and only one of those has been brought to light today, and that's the one about the signage at the Hood Canal Bridge. I want to clarify that yes, while Commissioner Brotherton has been proactive in helping us fulfill one of the basic needs, that was at the request of that group to include the county commissioner in that committee. And so we reached out. It didn't go the other way. I feel it's really important that we understand the tourism professionals understand the role of our government leaders. And we reached out and asked for involvement on that committee. So Ms. Ball and Mr. Ventura and the others that have spoken previous to me on this portion have been very articulate in saying, thank you for the deliberation. Thank you for your leadership. It's not easy. There's a lot of unnecessary conflict that has occurred just by the approach. These leaders have been doing this with good intention.
Debbie, that's 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good intention. And I just want to thank you all for getting to where I think you're going today.
Thank you. And Diana, over to you. Diana Smealand.
Thank you again. Hey, I just wanted to further give an explanation, because on the LTAC board, we actually had a transition where Greg was on the board as the commissioner, and then Kate Dean came on as the commissioner. And so we tried to explain this as Kate came on, because of course she missed some of this, is we, the board, had talked about setting up boundaries and priorities and really taking a look at that. But the board made the decision that we couldn't move fast enough because the RFP process had to occur. We were already delaying it by about 2 weeks from last year, and that we would work on that going forward. So that's one thing and that's the reason why we did not appreciate the memo that was kind of came about later, that we didn't find out about until the day of the meeting. And then when it came to the LTAC board, we're like, well, wait just a minute. We had already made this decision and had to vote on it. So that was some of the confusion there. The other thing that's interesting is the gateway already has QR codes, and they're already using those. So that when they're not open, it's easy to stop by. So if that's something we're going to go to, we're already there. We're already using that technology. The other thing that I, as the chair of TCC, my other hat, I have been in that position for a couple of years, maybe a little bit longer. And Greg has never once came and talked to me about his concerns or his issues. And, I have been a little more instrumental in what does the ads look like? What does this look like? How do we help make sure that we're aligning with all of the Olympic Peninsula and those kinds of things? And I would have gladly sat down with Greg. I think Greg does a great job on most of these things. I think on the pool, we've seemed to have gotten a little out of our shorts, but I think he's a great commissioner and would have loved to have sat down and understood some of those things. Anyways, Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last person I think is Shelley, unless there's anybody else on the attendee list.
We do have a caller on the line. We'll have to hit *9 to raise his hand.
If you call in, you can hit *9 and we'll bring you over for comment after Shelley Yarnell.
Hi, Shelley Yarnell Brennan. So I just have a couple of things that I want to make sure are clear. There were changes made when RFPs were put out there that were different than when they were submitted the first time. So that needs to be clear. And second, as a person in Jefferson County, I've been by the Gateway Visitor Center probably 25 times and seen nobody there. And so to make that be your flagship visitor center, it simply isn't working. And if there's been hundreds of thousands of dollars spent, which look like in the past, that money isn't working for the kind of thing that we're trying to make happen. I also want to be really clear. I keep hearing there is no Jefferson County Chamber of Commerce. There is no visitor center. There's nowhere in Quilcene. There's nowhere in Brennan that are meeting the needs of these people. You make the Gateway Visitor Center your flagship, that will continue, and that's not fair. There are people who are very dedicated to meeting the needs of all of those visitors that are coming through that direction. And I would like to see data on how many people they send from the Gateway Center to anywhere but Port Townsend. So this is really distressing because we're working so hard to make South County a vibrant, touristy, beautiful place to live, and it gets left out every single time. The Hood Canal Chamber of Commerce is trying really hard to do things to increase those visitors kinds of situations, and to just dismiss it like has been over this course and give them $50,000, which was specified as a director's salary by the LTAC chair, I just don't think is fair. And it needs to have something looked at, maybe even if it's at the middle of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that's the end of the hands up that I saw up. Nobody on the phone anymore. Anybody else on the attendee list who'd like to make a public comment on this matter, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen.
Steve Shiley is on the phone. I just renamed it, but we've given him instructions.
Okay, he knows how to. Okay, I am going to close public comments and call the question for the motion on the floor. All those in favor of.
Should we see if there's more discussion?
Okay.
I'd still like to see some money for TCC and LTAC. I guess I'd offer as an amendment, increasing that and send it back to LTAC.
Increasing what?
They zeroed out LTAC and TCC funding. And I would rather, and left money on the table. I guess I'd rather put that money back in there to both support the changes at LTAC and TCC.
So that was your TCC proposal. And did that include the LTAC within it?
It was 0.5 staff for LTAC, 0.5 staff for TCC, adapted from the initial idea of just TCC staff, but it was clear that LTAC is
right.
Kind of following the BHAC model.
Right.
So in addition to the 5,000 at the bottom of the table for county staff?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the amount on the list in the agenda request that's Tourism Coordinating Council, $97,472.48.
Okay.
So we have room in the available, 900,000 is available. And the list, the amount awarded list as presented in the agenda request adds up only to 768-ish thousand. So we could fund TCC and LTAC. I did not see that proposal. Kate, do you remember that proposal?
I do, yes. And I'm
I mean,
just, I just wonder if maybe we want to consider two different motions, just so that we don't, I mean, I understand the kind of leverage we have of combining these. Sorry, I'm just thinking through process. So if we were to tie this action of approving this list to the approval of the 97,000, do we risk then holding up the whole process on all of these? And what we've learned recently is that we can't change the activities that are funded. No, within each application, we cannot change it once LTAC recommends it. So I just wonder if there are other changes, like if we want to take a look at that, given all we have learned in the last number of weeks, and make any changes to that proposal and come back to LTAC with another request, with that revised. And I don't know, Greg, do you have any thoughts? Would you do it the same today?
I mean,
knowing-
it's just staffing position, for setting up capacity in TCC and LTAC. I mean, they kind of dived into the job description and everything, finding issues with it, but I think it's fundamentally sound. I think it's county staff capacity for TCC, which has right now no funding, and LTAC.
And that
I would keep it tied to it and try to get a quick answer from LTAC and maybe, compromise from that side.
For some reason, I like the idea of two motions. Because it keeps this list whole, and then we have a separate motion that calls that one out. But I'm wondering if that's something we can even do.
I think our only options are to adopt or modify the recommendation today, so. Yeah, and that's with some help from legal, so I don't want to botch this and risk delaying contracting for too long.
Well, could we take this up at 1:30? Maybe does Ariel or Phil, they're both here, think that we could get guidance on a motion, and I can rescind the motion, or we can rescind the motion, you can rescind the motion that was made before this testimony?
Yeah, I wonder, Phil, are you in a place where you could join us?
Yes, he's got his hand up.
Oh, great. Perfect.
Yeah, we can both be there at 1:30. My suggestion is that we do a short executive session right after that, right before you move forward. I think we can get all this cleared up, what you can and can't do.
That would be super helpful. So we will not be taking action on the current motion that we have. Can you resend your motion, Kate?
Yes, well, it's to accept the recommendation, so I don't know that it needs to be rescinded.
Yeah, you can leave it open until after.
Okay. Great. Okay, so
to clarify, at 1:30, will there be an executive session or will there be discussion?
There will be an executive session.
Right at
and then
1:30.
discussion after that.
Thank you.
And we have half an hour at 1:30 before we have a 2 p.m. hearing. So if there's nothing else, I will recess us for now until 1:30, and we'll come back together for an executive session. We'll probably schedule that for 15 minutes and then come out and then discuss and then have our 2 o'clock hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Enjoy recess, everyone. And then I have to. Okay.
Kate's not in the attendee list. She might be already in the exec session room.
She wasn't when I was just over there.
Okay.
But should I just call us?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you need information from the exec, here it is. You can read off that.
Okay. I'm just not sure that the audio is working. Is there any way to test that?
All right, now.
Yeah.
Here in this room, our audio is working.
Okay, so I'll just, okay. I'm gonna call us back into order. And we are gonna go right into an executive session with the county administrator, chief civil deputy prosecuting attorney, and civil deputy prosecuting attorney. We are going in to discuss with our legal counsel, potential litigation exemption as outlined in the Open Public Meetings Act, RCW 42.30.110, parentheses 1, parentheses I. We will be going in at 1:32 and coming out at 1:47.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we are coming out of executive session. And we escape back.
I'll bring her over.
Okay, so we're coming out of executive session and we will be taking action. We will be remaking the motion that was on the floor that we rescinded earlier.
We
Which
didn't rescind
You
it.
didn't officially
Go
rescind
Oh,
it.
we didn't rescind it, sorry, language.
There is still a motion.
Right, we still have a motion. I feel
Would you
like,
like me to
don't know why I
reiterate
can't
the
get this,
motion on the
yeah.
table?
Could you reiterate the motion on the table?
Okay. Kate moved to approve LTAC's recommendation for funding in 2025. Heidi seconded the motion, and public comment has already been taken on the motion.
So now I'm just gonna call the question on the motion. All those in favor of the motion on the floor indicate by raising your hand and saying aye. And aye, and all those opposed,
Nay,
and any abstaining, no, because we all voted, so that motion passes. And then we also are making a recommendation to initiate an annual review of the LTAC, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, and to consider some bylaws for that committee as part of that review. So I'm not sure Kate's the chair for now, but who's going to initiate that review? That's something you feel like you have the capacity to do in your short?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. Yep. Will do.
So,
So the action, the exec session is that Kate will initiate a review of LTAC.
yeah.
I don't think we don't need action for it. It's a statutory a function.
Okay,
The action was voting on the motion.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, so we will move on to our next item, which we are now, I think, late for. Sorry.
early.
Oh, we're early for.
So we can't have it yet.
Can't have it yet.
I
You
think
were
we could,
halfway through your week on the calendar, and
we could also do the next one. The PFD, if we're trying to get Kate out at 2:30.
Oh,
Yeah, it's no set time.
okay. Okay, yeah, so we had an item on our agenda after this hearing, but with no set time, that was discussion and potential action regarding formation of a public facilities district. Who's, you're prepared to brief us? on this?
I can cue this up and I'd invite Diane McDade, if you'd like to join Mark at the table. We have the president of the Jefferson Aquatic Coalition with us today. And, you know, very independent from the LTAC conversation. We've kind of identified with that commerce report by Susan Musselman, the cost to set up PFD. We've gotten most of the organizations, the city, the county, the school districts are all in favor of the idea. Of course, to public comment today, the majority of the people will have to vote on any tax that is levied, of course. So that's what we're doing, is setting up the capacity to go to the next step. When I was talking to LTAC, I wasn't aware of where the fundraising was Jefferson Aquatic Coalition, but I have talked to Diane, and I think that maybe I'll let you speak to it, Diane, but I think that we're comfortable that we can come up with the funds before a vote is needed to get it going, and that we should probably initiate the formation of this PFD with the resolution and subsequent ordinance. And I don't know, Diane, do you want to speak a little bit to the gap we have in funding?
Okay, well, I'll just give a little background. Again, I'm Diane McDade, Port Townsend resident, president of the Jefferson County Aquatic Coalition. We've been working since the end of the task force work in September to prepare a survey that might go out under the JAC auspices of county residents to look more detailed at the kinds of amenities that folks would be looking for, how they really use an aquatic center, how often they might go to it, just to get more granular information to be able to provide to a PFD. And included in that survey are some questions about willingness to support a tax. And so, as far as I know, in all the years that there's been conversations, there's never really been a survey of people or a poll to see what that appetite is. Now, this is just going to be a survey, but it will give us some idea of where people are. And so we feel like that survey, which I forwarded to the three commissioners, is looking like it's getting in pretty good shape, and we'd like to move ahead with that project. With regard to the PFD formation, we all had an idea or a small expectation that maybe this LTAC money might come through. I mean, it was definitely just a proposal. When I watched last week and saw that that wasn't being supported by the LTAC, I thought, well, we were going to have to look at ways to maybe find some funding from private citizens, from the people who are the supporters of the aquatic center. And so I've made inquiries of a number of individuals who had in the past indicated that they would be major donors to a pool effort. And several of them have indicated that they would like to donate their funds to JAC, and then JAC would donate those funds to the PFD once it's been seeded, so that the PFD can move forward in a timely way. Now, our JAC board is going to take a formal position on this at our next meeting, and that's not until December 18th. So I can't speak on behalf of all JAC board members, but I can say that I've talked to most of them, and I've talked to all of them. I think we have a strong majority in favor of this action, but it's really going to be the individual people in the community, whether they're current JAC supporters or those who have been standing on the sidelines, that we're going to be approaching. And I've encouraged at the initial response. I've already been told by various individuals that we'd have, and I just sort of took a time out and talking to people until I wanted to hear more today what's going to happen. But just in the last week, as I've been talking to people, I got commitments right away of north of $100,000. So I think that we can probably find support in the community. This project is really enthusiastically supported by an awful lot of people. And I think it's time for individuals who support it to go ahead and show their support in this fashion. So the timing of those donations, I think, would be when the PFD is actually starting to operate, which I don't know if we have a date or anything, but I know people who I'm approaching are asking questions about who will be on it and what's the initial budget and what's the initial work product. And so, as that gets more defined, I think that folks will want to know the answer to those questions. But so that's just sort of my activity in the last week or so, and I wanted to bring you up to date on it.
Great, thank you, Diane. And I want to talk a little bit more about the survey, which I think is really in good shape. I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at it, but I'm prepared to go to the PD tomorrow, see if we can get into utility bills come January. And the market study from 2014 was essentially a survey, and Jack, the survey, you've got some professionals that have put this survey together in collaboration with the board. And this is the first step to, doing that market survey as well as the programming survey and getting, you know, like the South Whidbey Island project got, I think, 30% of its service areas to return surveys. And so it's that's the kind of return that we really need, you know, or want to get. But I think, you know, there's no time like the present. This is an important project, and I think we can move it to the next step, you know, if you're prepared today, or you at least get it on the agenda for more robust conversation, if you think more robust conversation is needed. But I know that Commissioner Dean was early and often supporter of the project. I don't want to give you a chance to, you know, set the ship a sail.
No, I'm excited about the potential for an aquatic facility and so that's somebody else, not me. Sorry.
I think it's Kate.
It's usually me when there's background, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I think we're all similarly supportive of this, so, or maybe not similarly, but supportive. And so I was curious about how you're gonna distribute the survey. The utility bills are, saw some conversation about getting input from visitors to the county as well, and whether that was a good thing to do or not, and how would we achieve that, and.
Oh, if you want me to answer questions about the survey, I can. So our initial thoughts were that we purchased a license to a platform that can handle a load of a lot of people responding to a survey. And that allows us to distribute the survey online. And we were imagining that we would develop a QR code for that survey that then could be widely disseminated along with other information about the survey across the county in a set period of time. I'm thinking in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 weeks, where everywhere you go, you see a poster or a sign or get an email from your, you know, group saying, hey, make sure to take the survey. So we compress that down to about a 4 to 6 week period and try to garner as many surveys as we can. Jack is envisioning this happening in Q1 of next calendar year, you know, as soon as it's practically, you know, that we feel we're ready to go and we have enough outreach planned. We'd like to host community meetings around the county. We'd like to meet with various organizations. We have a group of volunteers working on those targets right now, getting ready. We had to kind of get past the election, get past the holidays and launch this sometime. We're hoping in mid to late January or even into February. But we'd like to have people hear about that survey, whether it's on the radio or an article in the Leader, you know, just get that QR code out. Now we could put a separate survey out that's geared to tourists, maybe a different QR code, but this platform could support that. We could support 2 surveys. And then ask, I'm not familiar with the world of tourism at all, but as I have been learning, there's a great deal of infrastructure that maybe there'd be places we could get that QR code out. So tourists, as the season unfolds, in 2025 could be answering a short survey, which would start to give data to either support or refute the idea that tourists would be interested. And so I think having that data would be helpful for everybody. And so our survey team hasn't written the tourist survey. We definitely want to work with people in the tourism industry if we were to do that, to make sure that it's, you know, comports with sort of what they think would be the most effective way to get that information. So we're happy to partner with people in the tourism world to think about how to do that. And you know, the cost really is very low. I mean, now that we have this platform, you know, we can use it for multiple surveys over time. It's an annual subscription, but I would say that the way we've designed this is that only one IT address can submit a survey. And so that we're worried about the ballot stuffing kind of problem, but we think that can be managed. And we just happen to have on our board 2 people who professionally do surveys all the time in their day jobs.
That's great.
They're providing us a lot of great leadership on this project.
Kate, did you have a question?
Yeah. In the interest of time, I'll be real brief, but I wonder if on the survey you could ask people if they seek out aquatic facilities when they travel as a way to get some local response to that question as well.
That's a good idea. We could definitely ask that question.
So if there's no more conversation on this, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
to direct the civil prosecuting attorney's office to draft an implementing resolution creating a PFD per RCW 36.100.
A second,
All in favor of the motion on the floor?
probably should add public comment or?
Oh, sure. Let's have public comment. Sorry, it
I
feels.
mean, it was already on the agenda.
Oh,
as
yeah.
Proposed item, so you don't necessarily have to. but
Okay,
just
well,
bring it.
someone raise their hand, so bring Caitlin over. Anyone else wishing to make public comment on this creation of a PFD? Raise your hand now and we'll bring you over in the order that your hands are raised. Caitlin, then Jean, then Tom. And 2 minutes on this item. Sorry, gentlemen, we'll be a little delayed. Caitlin, you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is actually Jim Friedman. We're in the car, so I had to borrow my wife's messaging here. Just my brief comment, and I again want to reiterate the City of Pasco's Public Facilities District, that it took them over 2 decades to get funding for an aquatic center. And I'm really would like to make sure that if a public facilities district is created, that it's not in every single year you're going back asking to try to get this funding over and over and over again. That once you come in the public facilities district fails to get funding through a request for taxes or whatever, that there's an end of life to the public facilities district. So that way the county isn't just continually funding this until what happened in the city of Pasco was the demographic changed. It went from 30,000 people to over 100,000 people over 25 years. And then eventually the attitude towards the pool changed. So you could have just not funded the facilities district through that time. And I'd prefer seeing an approach like that. When the attitude towards the pool changes, we start funding it. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Tom Pierce, I believe, was next, and then Jean, and then Shelley. Tom, you have 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll reiterate what I said this morning. Creation of PFD at this time is premature. It's very premature. You have no idea, excuse me, you don't have any market survey results. You don't have any kind of fair analysis performed yet to determine whether or not this is going to be a viable facility, much less whether the people of the county are going to be willing to increase their own taxes to pay for it forever in perpetuity. That there is no need to rush into the creation of the PFD at this point in time, because once you do, that is an independent government entity with which you will have to negotiate interlocal agreements. The board of that independent entity will have to hire an attorney, will have to have physical meeting facilities, will have to incur all sorts of expenses. And by the way, the county can't just say, oh no, we'll absorb that cost for you. No, you can't do that. That would have to be done under an interlocal. Again, more burdensome overhead that seems completely unnecessary at this time. Once you determine that this is in fact a viable venture, okay, great. Then you can, with a stroke of a pen and by councilmatic action, create that PFD. Poof. But until then, why waste the time and effort? It just seems, as I said, extraordinarily premature. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with what Tom said. I have concerns. I think it's premature to form the PFD. I think doing the study makes sense. I mean, seems like a no-brainer. I'd go so far as to say, bring it on. It's about time. I would like to suggest that there should be other avenues by which people should be able to participate in a survey of this nature. I'm concerned that if my husband and I share an IP address, do we have to speak with one voice? Do both our opinions get counted? A household, how does that get managed? It'd be nice. I agree. There is a risk for, ballot stuffing or whatever what you want to call it, but I would like to be able to have an honest feedback about what the level of support is. And I would encourage some kind of an outreach to craft those questions for the survey in such a way that they are not biased or determinative of the outcome you wish to hear. I'd like an honest autopsy, might not be the right word, And I'm also concerned about the cost of funding a PFD and the independent nature of a taxing authority, and agree it is premature. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. And Shelley, and if anyone else in the Zoom room has a desire to make a public comment on this matter of creating a public facilities district, please raise your hand now using the raise hand button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Or if anyone else in the room would like to make a comment, you can raise your hand. And Shelley, you have 2 minutes.
Shelley Arnell Brennan, I'm going to agree with the others. The PFD is premature. It's restrictive. You're going to put pressure on people that don't want this. And until you know what those numbers are, this is absolutely not something that should be done. You have Jack doing a survey. Well, you know, that's skewed right there. So the results could be skewed, the questions could be skewed, all of the information is not going to be appropriately asked, in my opinion. And I've seen this happen over and over and over, and it's not a one-time thing. So we really need to look at what we're doing. And this doesn't have to happen now. I don't know what the rush is. And with us having a negative reason for a PFD, I don't see anybody except Jack or Jack people coming in with positive responses. So where's all the positivity if they're all out there? They should be attending as well. Thank you.
Did bring over Deborah Peterson.
Yeah, Deborah,
Hello.
you have 2 minutes for comment, Deborah.
Unless I'm mistaken, what you would be voting on today would be to ask the prosecuting attorney's office to develop the research to create it. It is not about creating a PFD today. Is that correct?
Yes, you got it. Thank you. Anything else?
No, thanks.
Okay.
We'll have to accept promotion.
Jim Sherwood. Jim, you're gonna have to accept promotion to panelist and then. Okay, there you go. You have 2 minutes for comment, Jim. We can't hear you yet. Looks like you're unmuted. Assuming this is Jim Sherwood and we cannot hear you in chambers here.
I can write something in the chat box.
You're welcome to write something in the chat box if you want. Or send in a public comment. We're not able to hear you. Okay. I am going to close this comment period and call the question.
Okay, one quick response.
Sure.
I know we're behind time for our hearing, but just, this is the time, according to the report from Commerce, to start looking at creating a PFD. So, I mean, the questions about timing, if we get too far and then set up an independent PFD, then they are not beholden to the work that we do. At a certain point, you have to commit to the path, and this path is has a lot of support. Maybe not everyone in the Zoom room right now, but I'm excited at the partnership with Jack, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well, and if I could just say too, I mean, Deborah called it out. This is not creating the PFD. This is getting our ducks in a row so that if and when we are ready to make it happen, that we are prepared for it. So.
Yeah. So I'll call the question for the motion on the floor. All those in favor of directing the civil prosecuting attorney's office to draft an implementing resolution creating a PFD per RCW 36.100 indicate by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Okay. We are going to move on to our now overdue 2 o'clock agenda item. Thank you, gentlemen. We have a hearing on a petition to change a named road from Walker View Drive to one of 3 proposed names. And Phil is not leading this. Brian is going to.
I'll say something. Thank you, commissioners, for having us here today for this hearing, but this is one thing that we were trying to use, I'm trying to use as a little bit of a learning tool here. To get staff members a little bit more exposed to getting up here in front of the board. This was a process, was something that the process was lost institutionally. So this took a little bit for us to resurrect exactly how to do this. It's a process that doesn't happen very often, so bear with us. This was a learning curve for everybody. But I do have fellow staff members up here today that want to present, so
Great.
I'll turn it over to them.
So this is Brian Tracer, Deputy Fire Marshal, and Dave Shepard, and your title?
Community Development Tech.
Welcome.
So we will.
The last name, right?
Of course.
Shepard, yeah.
Of course. Figured you have the PowerPoint that Mr. Shepard sent you.
So we welcome everyone to this hearing. The public hearing is now open. If you've joined this meeting by a phone and wish to provide hearing testimony, please stay on the line and you will be provided an opportunity to speak during public testimony. I would add by phone or Zoom. We thank you for being here. Before we open the testimony, we're going to listen to a staff presentation from Brian and Gabe. And here we are.
Here we are. Commissioners, thank you for your time this afternoon. As the Fire Marshal Phil Saucier said, we're here for a road name change petition. I am Brian Tracer, your Deputy Fire Marshal, and Dave Shepard is our Community Development Tech. This has been a team effort put it together because we haven't done this in the last known amount of time as we hold both Public Works and Community Development. So again, a learning curve. So the content page, or the objectives for this hearing to do today, is going to review the request for the road naming and why it's there. We're going to review Jefferson County Code, and there's a scribe's error on my part, and I'll take full responsibility for that. It should be 1220-150. That gives us the guidance from county code on how to proceed. We're going to review some exhibits from our partner agencies per the county code and the E911 ordinance and how road names are done. And then we're going to request the commissioner's action moving forward. Slide, please. So why are we here today? Community Development was contacted by a homeowner down on the Coyle Peninsula for a petition for a road name change to rename Mount Walker View Drive. The petitioner stated that she and the people would come to Mount Walker View Drive to see Mount Walker on the Coyle, which cannot be done. And then there are some other issues with deliveries and whatnot. So that's the reason for the petition and why we're here. Just from a side note, per the county ordinance, DCD, specifically Gabe, was able to send out the required letters and notices per the JCC. All parties were addressed, and the addresses will remain the same. The name change of the road is the only thing that's going to change. Next slide, please.
So jumping into the next two slides are going to show what JCC 1220 or 12.20.150 actually states, and I just want to highlight a couple of those things. On the first slide here, the petition shall list three names in order of preference. So we'll have three different names there for you guys to choose from. On slide 2, or the next slide, please. Road name changes shall be reviewed by the board in a public hearing, since why we're here today. I would like to drop down into A there. The notice of public hearing on a proposed road name change shall be made by mail to property owners adjoining the road and all other affected persons or agencies. The next few slides, we will jump into where we actually reached out to our partner agencies to find out what their say was on those roads. And at the very end, we're going to ask for the road name changes shall be adopted by a resolution.
Thanks, Gage. So before you are three proposed road names. And just a side note, specifically the place, which is a specific type of road by the E911 ordinance that follows within definition for a place, which is a short dead end road with no intersecting roads. So it falls within our E911 ordinance. So when we look through those and the upcoming exhibits, that was what was asked of our partner agencies to look at the E911 ordinance and to make sure that those road names complied with those issues or those articles within that ordinance.
Can I ask a question about that? I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying, though, just, they asked for lane on the request, but you're
Correct.
saying it has to be a place because of the type of road.
Right, and good point, sir. So the initial names came in and they were Bear Claw Lane, Starry Night Lane, Outlaw Lane. The definition for a lane is a short road ending in a cul-de-sac with no intersecting roads. The two are similar, but there is no cul-de-sac at the end of this one, thus making it a place, short dead end road with no intersecting road. So again, using our definitions within the E911 ordinance to establish that.
We'll take comment in a second.
So as we look at the first two exhibits, Jeffcom the director of Jeffcom provided exhibit number 1. His comments are there. And then Public Works was exhibit number 2. And their comments are there with regard to the 3 names that were proposed. Next slide. Exhibit 3 provided by the assessor's office, and then exhibit 4, their comments from GIS. And then exhibit 5, comments from the fire district, and exhibit number 6 was from the undersheriff with regard to the 3 names and their understanding of the E911 ordinance. Questions moving forward?
Yeah, it looks like there were 2 that were listed as not acceptable by Public Works, is that right?
Correct. And if you look through the rest of the exhibits, I believe there was only 1 that marked all of them as acceptable, and then the others had
Like 2
argument to that, if you will.
Okay.
Again, comments for you to look at and put forth when we come up to the last slide.
Okay, because this is a hearing, we'll open it for testimony and then have deliberation and discussion. So is there anybody with us who would like to make testimony? And if so, please come to the podium and state your name and place of residence.
I was just wondering if I could take a look at the comments from sitting right there. I couldn't read them, sorry.
The exhibits?
Yeah.
There's
Look at this packet. I will leave it back, but you could look at these. Yeah.
Thank you. Did you also have a comment or?
No, because I need.
Okay.
There were a few more slides we may be able to go through before.
Are there more slides?
Just the final slide in closing.
There's more pages though.
Did you want to-
There was more pages with the same form. Oh,
There's several different departments.
oh, fun.
Flip through a little bit.
Got it.
There's like 6 of them.
6 exhibits, yes.
Just let our guest review some materials for a second.
Yeah, I believe perhaps petitioner. One could make an argument that a bear claw is pastry, not related to bear.
No, it's actually related to the bear.
Oh, okay.
We call,
Only in bulk though.
yeah, we call him Oso Grande.
Oh,
And he's like 400 pounds and he comes and he takes the yellow jacket nest out of the big. Are you wanting to provide testimony right now? No.
Okay, we're gonna close testimony on this matter unless there's anyone online who would like to make testimony. If so, you can use the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Anyone dying to weigh in on these 3 names, proposed names? No, not seeing any hands go up. I will close public testimony on this matter. And any deliberation or discussion that we want to do?
I have one question though for the group. So do we notify the post office? So
That's
Correct. And that was a great question. We actually sent out notifications twice because we didn't get a good response back from our partner agencies the first time.
Did you say you had a question, Craig?
I don't have a question.
Okay. So. We now just make a motion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can deliberate. I would love to go with Bear Claw Lane. We had a bear on our property recently, left, a bunch of apples they'd eaten. And it's pretty special. So I'm sorry if you can't go with that one, but I guess, Starry Night. I assume you can at least see the Starry Night. Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
like it's a London port.
Right. But just so we can move forward.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I would probably leave it Mount Walker View and, oh, you can't see it?
Kate, do you have anything you want to add? Discuss, deliberate?
Yeah, there was a pretty strong preference from some of the agencies reporting for Starry Night Place, so I'm inclined to support that.
Yeah. Most of them, I think, if not all.
All of them accepted it.
Okay.
And if I might just add, the E911 ordinance specifically says, as those partner agencies look at that, we're trying to find those names that have duplicates within the county or parts thereof. And the choices are marked as such.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
Let me find that. Ordinance here. Get back to the-
I don't think there's one
Oh,
more.
yeah. Okay, well, I would move, you want us to just move that we choose the name, or is there a resolution?
There is a resolution.
Okay,
The prosecutor's office did form a resolution and it's a fill in the blank.
okay,
It actually recommends that.
Yeah.
oh, it does. Okay, I will move that we approve a resolution in the matter of Jefferson County adopting the road name change from Mount Walker View Drive to Starry Night Place. As presented.
I will second.
All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
All right.
Yay!
Yeah, oh, congratulations.
Thank you, commissioners.
That would be nice to have a yay in the chambers today.
26 years I've been.
26
Oh,
years,
good.
oh my goodness,
All right,
okay.
glad to make it up.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, guys, thank you much.
Hey, I'm kind of clunky on my first chairing for a long time. It's actually been over 2 years, so bear with me, folks.
Oh, wow, dinner item.
Yeah, that was the last agenda item.
You can do calendar coordination.
In case trying
Do
to
we
get
want to
out too,
finish
right?
briefing in the 7 minutes we've allocated ourselves? I can.
Sure, you can finish your briefing at least.
And then Mark can do a quick. Let's see. So I think I'd made it halfway through Wednesday. We had a fabulous public health lunch and learn here in the chambers on Wednesday midday. It was like 50 or 60 people in here. It was great.
You're 60.
Yeah, it was really great. They did a
There's
good,
one in the doorway.
did a good overview of all the, functions of public health and environmental public health, and they had some displays and some prizes for people, so it was a good, and pizza, so yeah, it was great. Then I had a meeting with the new executive director of the YMCA. I met Keith Williams, just moved to the community recently, and seems excited about his role and has deep experience in aquatic facilities.
I think he's the branch manager, not the executive director.
Okay, he said he's done 5 aquatic facilities in his past professional life, so could be a handy
That's great.
guy to have on the team, sounds like. Thursday morning, I went out to a residence location just south of town here to look at a code compliance, longstanding complaint, a set of issues, but it was good to actually get eyes on it because I feel like I hear from this gentleman frequently, and I just was like, can you show me? So, had a good visit with him. Then we had our Olympic Area and Aging Council of Governments meeting, and that went long. We adopted the budget for 2025, and they have a large reserve, and they're trying to slowly spend it down, but I think it's going to be a puzzle as to getting it all spent down. There's some timeline or deadline for doing that, and I think that O3A is got a lot of capacity right now, so they're doing a couple new programs, and yeah.
Cool.
Then I headed over to the Seattle area for a carbon-friendly forest conference on Friday. Because I left early because I wanted to get to where I would be sedentary for my 2 afternoon meetings, and then dialed in for the SWAC meeting, and we were 1 person short, and it was a total bummer because we had a really big agenda, so we need to reinforce the importance of these committees and the work that they do. And I think that Parks and Rec also got canceled that day, so.
Yep.
freed up some of the afternoon, but then I did join the evening Peninsula Trails Coalition cohort for Jefferson County at that meeting. And then spent the next day at the Washington Carbon Friendly Forest, and it was a really good conference, really focused on forestry and climate change, but also on Mallory was there talking about some of the work she's been doing with the facility in Port Angeles that's building houses out of thermally adjusted wood.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
With Macaw tribe, yeah.
Yeah, and that gentleman who, I said, you guys are gonna blow everyone's head off with your presentation, so I had to leave before theirs, but
Yeah, no.
came back for the Bayside Housing Gala at the old alcohol plant, which was fantastic, and then Sunday I went to the Democrats reorg meeting yesterday, and that was also good. Felt like we seated a great committee, executive board, so was another long week, and then I'm here with you today. Mark, do you want to tell us what you did last week?
Sure. All right, Monday, December 2nd, of course, is a board day. And December 3rd, I had senior management team at 9, followed by the risk management committee at 10:30. And then I attended the the coordinated water system plan meeting that Greg spoke of when he gave his report. And then I left there and joined the Behavioral Health Advisory Committee special meeting. And then on Wednesday, we met with Central Services to talk about the Teamsters Pension Benefit Trust. And we had language to sort out, and we were successful at that effort. And so we'll be bringing a contract amendment to the board for approval. And then I sat in on the IT and directors meeting for the courthouse and attended the lunch and learn at noon. That's the second of those that Sarah Melanson has scheduled, and both have been outstanding. Then I had a coordination meeting with Brent Butler and Josh Peters. And then at 2 o'clock, I met with Danny Milholland of the TPA to talk about the connectivity fair and some other items. And then I met with the budget folks, the core financial team, to prepare for this morning's pitch to the board on the budget. And then I met with Judy Shepherd after that to talk about fourth quarter appropriations. Thursday was a wide open day, so I was able to attend to paperwork and other things. And then December 6th, 9 o'clock, routine meeting with Apple Martine. And then from 11 to 1, I took part in the Community Wildfire Defense Grant webinar. And a couple of really neat tools. They gave us links, and I went to the one that said that we qualify as a low-income community. And we're eligible for
no match
waiver on the grant match. And we are in a danger zone, but we're not high hazard, which puts us, I think, at a slight competitive disadvantage when we apply for that grant. Hopefully our write-up will be good enough to score points in other areas. And then my last item of the week was a routine meeting with Josh Peters.
Okay, so do we want to spend a few minutes looking forward, or Kate, do you want to tell us what you're doing this week and then get off so you can go be free?
I don't have any conflicts, so I'm happy to stick around, but I can go. So tomorrow morning I meet with Representative-elect Randall's Chief of Staff here in DC. Then fly home tomorrow afternoon. I will be at a Puget Sound Partnership Leadership Council meeting all day on Wednesday. Hope to hit no, sorry, no. Then Thursday, back in the office for Board of Health agenda planning, the youth age band meeting from Chip and Shaw, and then meeting with Mark and our lobbyist from Strategies 360, and also talking about our fairgrounds agreements with Mark that afternoon. Then have a fairgrounds board meeting that evening. Friday have a NOLA meeting. And unfortunately that conflicts with a Save Our Ferries meeting. It's or Fund Our Ferries, a group that's been meeting with Puget Sound Regional Council. I don't know if anyone is interested in attending that in my stead. Like I said, it conflicts with NOLA, unfortunately. And then I'm headed to Carrie Heights retirement party that afternoon. So that's my week.
Craig?
Yes, with you guys here today. Tomorrow, we're meeting with some folks from Commerce at the Housing Fund Board virtually. They were going to come in person, but it's moved to an online meeting. And then at 10, we have the shelter operation check-in. At 11:15, the Shelter Coalition meeting. 2 p.m., see if I make it to it, the TCC meeting. At 4 o'clock, I'm making public comment at the PUD board meeting. On Wednesday, the Orca meeting was canceled. We have to have 10 meetings a year, usually cancel the December one. And then OLEPEN, the welcome signage meeting, those ongoing meetings at 3. On Thursday, I'm paying a visit to JeffCom to sit down with some Marlowe and operators. And then in the afternoon, I have the Behavioral Health Consortium voting members meeting. On Friday, the 13th, our Glencoe meeting from last week was rescheduled to this week. So doing that, and then on Saturday, Rainier has a big conservation announcement. They're unveiling at the Hood Canal Vista Pavilion in Port Gamble, so I'll be over there at 4 p.m. for that celebration. It's my week.
Great. I don't have any conflicts this week, except I have a standing conflict that I've realized, Mark, with our
Strategic plan.
chickadee forestry meetings.
Oh,
They're at the same times as the NACO Public Land Steering Committee,
Okay.
so
so we move that.
yeah, we should just move that, but we don't have to do it now, but I'm just letting you know that's a standing conflict.
All right.
And then the only other one was on Friday, there's a coordinated community response meeting here. I think it's here in the chambers. That's organized by Dove House. At noon, and they provide lunch, and I'm not able to join that. Cause I'll be on KPTZ, hopefully with Al, it's the plan. So is anyone able to be here at noon for coordinated community response?
Sure, I'm doing on Friday the 13th, but I'm conflict. Let me just put it down. I
Okay,
mean, it doesn't, it's, we don't form a quorum or anything.
no, no. It's usually the sheriff and the police chief and other providers in the community, just kind of talking about what they're seeing in the community. It's a good meeting, happens quarterly. And then I have a lunch meeting, late lunch meeting at the Spruce Goose with Joey from Waste Connections, talking about recycling. And the gentleman we met at the conference, Kate, is coming as well, so. That's my week. Mark, do you have any conflicts or anything you wanna?
No, but I can walk through what the week looks like. Of course, today with the board. Tomorrow, I've got the Housing Fund Board on my calendar. I haven't attended one of those in ages, so.
You're talking about the 8:30 one?
Yeah.
That's not Housing Fund Board, that's an invitation from Commerce to.
Oh, right.
With them, so
Yeah,
you
with
don't
Michelle.
have to attend.
It's all virtual now.
It is all virtual.
Michelle Reed, I'll probably sign in and listen in the background. And then there are 2 shelter meetings. I'll probably attend the one at, what is that, 11:15? And then CWPP implementation meeting, and then after that, there's a quarterly CWPP hub site meeting. So Tuesday is going to be CWPP day.
Yeah.
Then on Wednesday, got my regular meeting with Judy Shepherd. Then the North Olympic Peninsula City Manager, County Administrator catch up. And I might attend the childcare family support meeting if that's still going on with Wendy Bart. Kate, do you know if those are still occurring on a regular basis?
I don't think it's happening this week.
Okay, all right, I'll check in with the organizer. Okay, then on Thursday, CEO breakfast with Cindy Brooks and whoever joins us for that. In the forestry meeting at 1 o'clock, I'll work with Mallory to see if we can't move it. Would the morning be okay, Heidi?
I have something at 10 out in Shimmickam, but any like 11, 12.
Okay, I can see your calendar, so
Yeah.
I'll look. And then 2 meetings that Kate mentioned. One was Stephanie at 2 o'clock, our lobbyist, and then one at 3 o'clock. Talking about fairgrounds agreements with the prosecuting attorney's office. And then agenda review, we haven't really been doing those together, Kate, but we managed to get the agenda reviewed and approved in any case. Then on the 13th, routine meeting with Josh. And that's it.
I'd love to meet with you, Mark, after you meet with Kate and Stephanie, because I feel like I need to start getting those wheels turning a little bit, because of I'm already getting some emails about legislative matters. Just feel like we're doing multiple efforts right now, and it'd be good to coordinate those a little bit. So maybe early next week or something, just share notes with me.
Sure.
And then I forgot to mention that I think this is important. We have 2 septic code update open houses coming up.
Right.
One's on Tuesday from 5 to 7 at the Pavilion in Port Townsend. And the next one is on Monday, the 16th in Quilcene from 5 to 7 at the community center. So I plan on attending one or both of those, but okay. And then another thing is that we're meeting with the land trust. Mallory and I are meeting with the land trust this week to talk about coordination on forest health bindings on county properties that Jefferson Land Trust has interest in, mostly in the Quimper Wildlife Corridor. So there's the 2 parcels that we received via the trust land transfer that was started in 2009. And we're going to start talking with Jefferson Land Trust about management of those for the long haul. So that's kind of an exciting step in this process. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, anything else from you? Okay. Then I will adjourn us for December 9th and go have some fun, Kate. Say hi to Finn.
Will do. Thank you.
Good time.
Bye.